saw the early start. We get down an extra wave. Good, right here. I think what happened is where's your ride?
Turns out Joy has it. She'll be in at about 9.
All right. Yeah. He's right there.
Good morning, everyone, and I thank you for your patience this morning. We'll go ahead and get started. We have a lot of ground to cover this morning, and so we do have some public speakers, I see. We have 2. Okay, why don't we get our public speakers up here and let them speak. This is about the, I don't see an agenda here, but I know, here we go, got it. Okay, it was about the budget development, and I think they're both speaking on that. So with that, we have Lisa Barron and we have Julie Kramer. Lisa?
Hi, my name is Lisa Barron. I live in Pacific Beach, and I'd like to speak to you about changing the bell times for Bayview Terrace Elementary School to 7:15 in the morning. We're going to be having 5 to 10-year-old children walking to school in the dark during most of the school year. The reason for the bell time change is to save some money on busing. There's only 2 buses that service that school, and they transport 8 to 10 of the area's most handicapped children to the school for a special day class. It's the only one in the area for severely affected children. 2 of those children are my children. It's not a charter school. It's not a magnet school. I did not choose to have 2 handicapped children that need to go to this program. For me to get my children on a bus at 6:30 in the morning, I'm going to have to wake them by 5:30 or earlier. They have certain behaviors. They have certain processes that they have to go through to be able to be dressed and to get on a bus. I can't do that as a parent. It seems abusive to me to wake a 5-year-old up at 5:30 in the morning. It's not my choice to put them on this bus. They have to go. The only choice that you're leaving me as a parent is to educate at School of Residence. If I pull them out of this already funded program at Bayview Terrace Elementary School and put them in their School of Residence, which would be Pacific Beach Elementary School, due to the level of their disabilities, they would each be getting a full-time aide. All of their services would have to be transported in. They would have to be provided with separate and sanitary toileting facilities because they're almost 6 and they're still in diapers. Easily $40,000 to $50,000. I don't see where you're saving the money in doing this for 2 buses and the pain you're causing all of these families. Over 200 families are going to be sending their children across Grand and Garnett Avenue in the dark. Most of them qualify for free breakfast and lunch. Breakfast is going to be served at 6:40 a.m. I don't see where the money is going to be saved. It's bad for kids. It's bad for education. It's not safe. And it's going to end up costing you money, loss of revenue, huge increases in absenteeism. People aren't going to be sending their kids on rainy days at that hour. They're just not going to be going to school. And my children being pulled out and going to a regular elementary school is not going to do anybody favors, and it's something that I don't want to do. I want them to stay in this program. And I don't want to cost the district $50,000, $40,000 by doing that when they're already in a good place for them. So please reconsider. It's not even financially viable. So please, can you explain to me why you're doing this to all of these young children? Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Thank you.
I'm not commenting on her comment. One of the problems, and I'm not speaking to you, I'm just talking to the board as a whole. One of the problems about these savings that we're told about is the consequences of the savings are not part of the discussion. So, and this lady has brought forward the consequences.
Okay, I think that when we get to those savings, we'll talk about that. Thank you, John, for bringing that point up. Ms. Julie Kramer.
Good morning. My name is Julie Kramer, and I live in Point Loma, and I'm representing the Point Loma Cluster Schools Foundation in Point Loma. So speaking today just basically on your budget development process that you're going to be handling. One thing I just want to say is I know that we've gotten to the point where you'd think budget development was not a very interesting discussion, but I think what you heard from the previous speaker and what we're talking about today, these are very serious issues that you're going to be working with, including possibly the VAPA program being eliminated, our visual and performing arts across the board, our 9th through 12th grade athletics, elementary school music programs, small school closures, everything is back on the table. So any parents who think these are not interesting discussions need to think again, because this is very serious. I want to ask all of you, I know you understand right now that really we're getting to the point where we have to discuss the possibility of teacher layoffs, and it's something that you put off and you're having to face again, and it's really difficult work that you have in front of you, and I urge you to really work with the teachers union. For those of you who maybe right now personally are not feeling that great towards a teachers union, I say put that aside. For those of you who possibly have campaign promises from a year ago in a different economic crisis, I say put that aside as well and really make these difficult decisions. I want you to know that I appreciate the work you do, but honestly, you're not the only people that can do it. We have other people, parents, other teachers, community members, who are more than willing to step up and make these difficult discussions and do this kind of work. So when you get to the point of these discussions, and if there are any snarky remarks, snide remarks between yourselves or even with the teachers unions or in the media, that is not doing the work. The work is the difficult work you do here today, and I really ask you to do that on behalf of all the children. I cannot imagine in the fall children showing up and you saying, there are no visual and performing arts, there is no music, there are no athletics at the high school, we are closing small schools. These things are not acceptable. I ask you to be bold, be courageous, take the stand you need to stand for the kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming this morning. Okay. Thank you. With that, we'll turn our attention to the item at hand, which is the budget, and I ask Superintendent Greer to key us up, please.
Thank you, President Jackson. As you know, the staff has continued on a daily basis to work on our budget forecast for the coming year. We have had a handful of additional teachers take the CERP, along with one classified person and one additional certificated manager. What we have for you this morning is an update on our CERP savings, and they're in the material that you have passed out to you. But if you look over on the top of page 2 of our projection list, and it's this list I'm holding up here, you can see that our CERP savings now have increased for the coming year to $11,177,917. And I'd like to ask Ken Layton, if he would, just to come up and give the board an overview of how many people we have had take the CERP in each one of our different category areas. Ken, good to see you.
If I can make a recommendation for today's discussions as we go through these with so many numbers, why don't we refer to the numbers on the side here, since that's conveniently there.
It's number 48.
Thank you.
Okay, you'll notice that initially we projected about 633 teachers taking the CERP, and we ended up with 597. So it was still a significant number, and we ended up with a significant savings. For year one, we end up with about a $7.5 million savings for the teachers, and over a 5-year period, that ends up to be close to $20 million. As we move on down the list, we have the classified non-management, and we show a first-year savings of about $784,000. And then we go down to the classified non-management. Well, one was always
Where are you?
They don't have this. Did you make copies of that?
This one.
I think we have that.
Okay, thank you.
Cheryl's trying to pull that up.
This.
Okay, thank you.
5-year projection.
There's,
There you go.
maybe it's in our folders.
Cheryl, you put that in the folders.
Okay.
It's being copied.
Is it in any of the content stuff, the PDF files in our...
Okay, there we go.
And we received this about 10 minutes
see,
ago,
no.
so unfortunately...
Wait a minute, maybe...
Well, we can look
While
it up
we're looking,
online.
and let me just thank the staff. I know that we are getting items that are changing, every few minutes, and the staff is working diligently to provide us with the most up-to-date information. And I want to thank you for doing that. I know it's a lot of late hours, early mornings to make those adjustments, and we appreciate it. Okay. And
How do we turn it around?
I would also say that since we are changing things as it may change from hours to hours now, every 4 hours or so, that in addition to putting revised, you put revised at what date and time, put a time on it, not just a date anymore, but a time stamp, so we know which one is 8 o'clock briefing and which one is our noon briefing, that type of thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Go back to this.
I think that almost all the board members have it up, just about.
Well, except that it's,
Okay,
is there
so
a way to rotate it?
so we need to rotate it. Okay.
We're trying to figure that out. You tell me.
Daryl,
when
you want to
find
go up and show
out.
people how to rotate the stuff
There should be
around?
a little icon up at the top that shows how to, where you see the 70%, if you move over to the right a little bit by a couple icons, it'll show a little document where you can rotate it. Oh, here.
On Catherine's computer.
I see it reduces, but I don't see that it reduces, but I don't see any
I
rotation.
ever saw. There it is. We finally find it
Where?
under a flag.
See, we don't
Yeah,
have
rotate
it. Just for the record, it's actually not on our computer. I just want it clear that
So it is.
it's not a lack of computer
Oh,
skill
we
on our
have the
part.
document, but it's not rotatable, so that we can read it. It's in a it's in a
I mean, we could all sit like this,
format.
you know.
Do you right-click on that document?
Nothing like technology.
Right-click on the document.
And see if it shows rotate.
Rotate clockwise, okay.
You can just
then
keep rotating
rotating.
clockwise.
Okay.
If it go 3 times.
Okay, all right.
They got it.
Still not
So
getting
there
it.
was a small deficiency on our part.
Okay.
There we go.
I need a hard copy,
So I'm
please.
rotated clockwise.
I need a hard copy,
Now
please.
click
I don't have.
twice, or on the right click
Here,
it or
do you
what?
borrow mine? The size.
Just one more time. Because we're going, the only option for right click is rotate clockwise.
Where's this stuff on my computer?
If you,
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's the kind of staff you need, man. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
okay, so 31 million.
I want to point out also, today is the last day of the extension, so as of tonight at 5 o'clock, we will cut off all of the ads, and then we will give you a new updated version, most likely tomorrow.
I think we're where you can talk now.
Yes. And again, I want to thank the staff. I know you've been having to reproduce things very rapidly and get them to us. And just now, when you do it, please include the time so we know which one is the most up-to-date one. Thank you.
Okay. And this one is as of Friday, so that's the last date that we had changes. And then we had PARS working over the weekend to get us this information.
This came into Ken's office at 10 after 8 this morning when I was standing there.
Very good. Okay, we're ready.
Okay, so as we go down the list, you'll see at the very, as a total for the year one savings, we've gone up, I think last figure you had was about $10.3 million, and we've gone up to $11.2 million that we expect to receive as SERP savings. Now, this is above the cost associated with the SERP, so we'll be paying about $13 to $14 million, and I don't have those exact figures, but somewhere between $13 and $14 million for the next 5 years. This takes that into consideration, so this $11 million is up and above that. All right, and then you can see as we progress through the 5 years, the incremental increase is lower and lower. So in year 5, we still see a savings of about $2 additional million above the cost of the SERP. And then we move into year 6, then we actually start getting, we don't pay that $13 million, so then we'll have a $13 million ongoing savings at that point.
I'm going to ask the question because I'm kind of in the first line, the one that says SRPNR number 1, and it has 3125.25.33. What are those numbers, please?
Those are your non-replacements.
Okay.
So we've identified certain positions that are not going to be replaced when the person takes the CERP.
So you're saying in the certificated non-management, we're not going to replace 31 people. Is that correct?
Right.
Just clarifying. Okay.
Now, there's some additional other non-replacements of like open positions that are not reflected here. So these are the non-replacements that are just associated with people taking the CERP.
Yeah, for example, we may have had, board members, we may have had vacancies, and we were not, we met with folks and said we're not going to refill those vacancies, but these were not people who had taken the CERP.
Okay, so board members, are there any questions about this updated CERP information?
So the only area where we're at a loss is in the certificated management.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's great news.
And you know the reason is because when you start replacing principals, there's not much difference between the cost of the outgoing principal and the incoming principal.
Correct. No, I do understand. Thank you.
And I'll say once more, and I've said this to our HR department, what will make or break these savings is how diligently we go about the task of filling the vacancies. If you have an opening in a school, you can't go out and hire someone with 20, 25 years of experience, or you won't benefit and reap these types of savings.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
Just
Dr.
one.
Evans?
Yes, one question for clarification. So we have 123 listed here on the CERP non-replacement, and then on the total number of positions vacated by CERP and otherwise uncertificated, we have 1,300. I'm just trying to compare. So we're talking about...
What page are you on?
Well, I'm looking at the last page of this one.
Certificated position.
Total leaving positions is
It says grand totals. So, for example, certificated positions, total is... total leaving positions for 2009-10 is 1,300.
Well, yes, but you've got, as you can see from the first column, 596 of those took the CERP.
Right.
Okay.
And 42 resigned other than the CERP. They're people
Right.
that just left the district.
Okay.
Then you had 218 that have asked for leaves for next year, which we must honor by contract.
But that page is not this page.
No.
All right, so then I'm trying, I scroll down, and I'm not getting it. So what page are we talking about now?
Dr. Evans pulled a certificated
So this is a
position
copy of all
report.
this?
Yes.
And he turned to the back page of that.
All right.
This is the,
Well,
this
I
is
think it's
the,
just additional information, John.
this is the number of positions. I'm just trying to understand. We have, for example, listed on certificated non-management 31, and that's out of the 596. So I'm just emphasizing the fact that we have a lot of leeway in terms of between replacing 100% of those leaving and 0% of those leaving. And I know there are many complicating factors in terms of special positions.
But I guess the question that that Ken mentioned earlier, Mr. Layton mentioned earlier, was that to get the savings that we have there, the 7 million in savings, then we only replace 31.
Right.
If we replace more, the more we replace, the less savings that we would
That's
have.
right.
Right, and so the flexibility we have is theoretically, between 31 and 596 in terms of not
Yes.
not replacing. Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure of that.
Any other questions about the CERP update? Okay, Superintendent Greer, what's next for us, please?
Thank you. The purpose of the meeting today is to give you an update on these numbers. Also, we wanted to be able to allow Daryl Lagasse to talk with you about 21st century classrooms, because there's budget implications for that. And we wanted to answer questions that some of you had sent to us ahead of time. And if we might, I'd like to start off by addressing some of those answers, and would like James Macias to come up to the podium and help with this, and he can call on whatever staff that he would like to. One of the points I think we need to make is, if you look on line number 23 on your long sheet of possible budget solutions, and it's this particular sheet. I wanted to point out that the salaries that you see here, the certificated classified salaries and staff and column salaries, these numbers that are here were numbers that were in our May revise. And you can see we have put on a column here to show you when we have verified or updated these numbers. So if you look again on columns 23, 24, 25, you'll see our certificated salaries were $605,530,242. Now, I had a question last week. Well, why haven't those numbers been adjusted to reflect the number of people who took the CERP or the number of people who left early? Well, we've done that, but that's done over here on the next page on number 48, on line 48. We have indicated those adjusted savings there because if we go back and adjust lines 23 and 24, we'll double count.
Okay.
And so we've come to that conclusion after a lot of debate and discussion. So that base number on line 23 and 24 needs to stay where it was in the May revise, and then your vacant positions, for example, such as we talked about, that are on page 46, on line 46, central office staffing reductions. There were 111 of those positions. We saved $9.6 million there. And these were offices positions we reduced at the central office that did not take the CERP. Central office reductions who did take the CERP were included in line 48. And so that's the reason that we didn't go back and adjust those numbers over on page 23 and 24.
Okay, I have a question here. Okay. In the May revise, and certainly I thought Chuck was here somewhere.
He is. He's right.
Okay, there you go. When we did our school site allocations, and I think, you gave us a document that we agreed on, which was how we were going to allocate our schools. And if my understanding was correct, at that time, to staff our schools at that level, it was like $500 million.
About $495
$400, okay. That was to make sure that our schools had the principal, whatever site allocation it was entitled to.
That's correct.
Okay, so what I'm trying to look at here, and please help me understand, because when you put all these salaries here together at the very top, I think, from my perspective, I would like to know, because I think that we look at this, how do our first priority, I think most of the board members, our first priority is to staff the schools. And if the site allocation for this year is that $495 million price tag, okay, then that covers the site principals, the teaching staff, the classified,
correct,
for that. What that helps me do is helps me look at where the rest of the money is going, and so when you combine it all, the only thing that, and even the stepping column was included in that, wasn't it?
The $495 million.
Yes, it was included in that. So I'm going to add, because I need to look at it from that perspective as the number one. And in your question, your comment morning was absolutely correct. The first concern that we have is making sure that our schools have everything, all the staffing that they need, because we know the first thing that happens is kids return to school and they need to have teachers in the classroom and particular things at the sites. So for me, when you say I used to have, I used $500 million price tag to do that, that means that all the schools in the district have the appropriate staffing.
And that 605 figure you see is based on the allocation and not the reduced or the increased class sizes. So I think that's what Dr. Greer was saying, is that once that gets figured in there, that 605 is going to drop. But to answer your question, that $495, including staffing the schools, including instructional materials, so that those schools could operate without additional funding from other categories.
Okay, that's the number that I need to have in front of me that's different from these other numbers.
We'll start to work and break that out for you.
And I say that because from then I can go from that 500 at $495,000, I can start going down to look at other items that the schools may need. Right. Because that is what's burning a hole in all of the parents' minds and their concerns is making sure that the schools open. And then we can look at the transportation and how we do things better. The other comment that I want to make this morning, I want to make it right up front, is that I spoke to the superintendent. I don't like using the word eliminate, and I'm going to tell you why. This is not a time for eliminating things. This is a time for us looking and finding ways to work together. Okay, so programs should not go away. They should be combined with other programs. And so what I said is that for many years we've always combined math and science and taught them together. We've always used music throughout our curriculum. So I don't like the term that we're eliminating our VAPA program. What I like the term is that we're combining our VAPA program into the other curriculums that we have, so that we see VAPA and art and music, as many schools have done throughout the years, throughout the day. Not something that is special set aside, but something that is actual, intertwined throughout the school day. If you intertwine it throughout the school day, then what happens is both areas, both the core curriculum and VAPA is part of that, all of that becomes stronger. So yes, we will have a savings, but the saving is because we have combined items and we've not had eliminated items. And we do that sometimes in transportation. We combine the buses. We have buses that not only pick up a special needs student, but also students that are going places on VEEP or Magnet. We combine them. So when we streamline things, I think the word is streamlining. We recognize that we have to find money. But the money has to be found by people thinking a little bit different and not saying, I'm going to eliminate this program and keep this program, but saying that we're looking at how we can bring these programs together and have a cost savings because they have now been combined. And so when we look at things as we move down this I think these lists of things that the superintendent has for us, then the question is, and Mr. Becker was saying this earlier about the savings. What is the actual savings when we are doing some things? Because it's not necessarily eliminating, because there is some things, there are going to be some cost savings there. So we need to have all of that information compiled for us. But Superintendent, if you want to go through these items now, item by item, and let us ask questions,
I'd like to
or board members, you want to ask
I'd be glad
questions,
to.
give comments. Let's do the comments for board members.
Let me touch on your part about VAPA real quick.
Okay.
One of the big parts with this VAPA is whether we combine it or whatever adjective we use to describe what it is we're trying to do. The VAPA program that you see described here, the $3.2 million cost at the central office is primarily for a director. For a position to oversee the visual and performing arts for the district. If I'm not mistaken, we've eliminated two of director positions in the performing arts since the last 2 years. But the biggest part of this is for teachers, and I believe there's about 40 teachers. And these 40 teachers are visiting teachers who go school by school by school at the elementary level across this district, and they are giving students in school music about once a week. And so this teacher will come into my school, and the kids in my school will get music for a week, and then these 40 teachers have a cycle, and they go to another school, another school, another school, another school. So if you look at 40 teachers, and they're going to schools about 4 days, or 5 days, and there's 40 of them, you can see that's covering our elementary schools about once per week. So the issue here is it would be very difficult for us to say, well, we will. The only way you combine or merge that is you ask the regular classroom teacher to pick up those responsibilities of doing music one time a week. That's how that would work. So I just wanted to, like Mr. Beck said, there's consequences to every cut that's here or every cut that you would consider. And quite frankly, when we have been cut from the state, the way we have as a school district, none of these cuts are pleasant.
Okay, I mean, just step, I mean, all of our external programs, but I think the question that we would have to answer to the public is, are we going to have music in our classrooms? And if so, what does that music program look like? So the problem, so the conversation may be, yes, we're going to still have music in our schools. The question that I'm asking is what does it look like given the economic times that we have? Right now, I have Ms. Nakamura, Mr. DeBeck, and then Mr. Barrera.
Well, I think that we should call something what it is. Saying that we're not going to use the word eliminate reminds me of the novel 1989. That we're not going to call something today what it is. We're going to call it something different, and then we're going to call it something different after that. We are eliminating the VAPA department. When I looked at districts across this state and their budgets, every budget included a program called VAPA. Visual and Performing Arts. There are VAPA standards within the state of California, and the elimination of that is a significant action, and trying to hide it and saying that we're going to play music in the classroom, that we're going to give every child a songbook, and therefore we have music in the classroom, so they can sing Yankee Doodle Dandy, is not the same as the VAPA program, which we have worked for many, many years in an effort to get instrumental music instruction inside. Well, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Instrumental music
satisfaction.
Instrumental music instruction is not the same as a songbook with Yankee Doodle Dandy in it. It is. I just find it, insulting that we're going to say that we're not going to use the word eliminate when that is exactly what we're doing. We are eliminating the Visual and Performing Arts department, and that's exactly what's up. We can incorporate it, and we can smooth it over, and we can make it sound nice. But the truth is, there will not be music in our schools, instrumental music programs where the children are learning how to play an instrument. Our elementary school teachers don't even know how to play piano. They don't have those basic skills, and asking them to share that and is a deficit in our children's education. But as far as the word eliminate is concerned, where it's appropriate, I think that's exactly what should be used.
Okay, Mr. DeBeck.
Okay. Well, this attacks, I'll call it a conceptual plan the school district has used for years about different kinds of programs. I'll use VAPA as an example. In times of need, the district has decided, and we've done this, by the way, in management as well. For example, we've centralized, I'll call it our computing operations or our instructional operations surrounding use of computers. We've centralized VAPA. It wasn't that it was the only choice. It might have been the only choice, but there were times when we had bands that were funded out of the school funds. But over time, with all the problems that we faced, starting with Prop 13 and other reasons for declining income, we decided that it was more efficient for us to operate a central arts program. So we did. Now, we're really talking about eliminating. What we're doing is we're saying the game plan that was offered before is not viable for us because of the funds, and therefore we're going to do, if we did this, we would do away with this. The same argument could occur for centralized, let's say, counseling for kids who are dropouts, or for centralized credit recovery, or for a whole number of things that you wanted to do. What you do is you say, okay, we're big, we'll take, and we're seeing reducing amount of funds, so in order to get efficient, what we'll do is we'll hire a bunch of centralized people to do these jobs. We used to have them, for example, the people on the line for dropouts were the district counselors Okay, they call them counselors, but they're really attendance recovery people. They were people who wandered around and went to schools and said, you have people that are not going to school, we'll find them for you. We'll go, truant officers is another way to put it. And so they use those folks for doing that purpose. And then, so out of the blue, somebody decided, let's cut counseling. So they cut district counselors, thinking those are the people that are working on the kids in their heads, when basically they were people that were out in the field finding kids and bringing them back. So this is an example of that. When you don't know what the history is about how the program got established, when you don't know that it was designed around a kind of efficiency plan of centralizing in order to have economies of scale, then you get into this situation. Now, if you cut the prep time teachers, you're also cutting the music. Okay?
That's right.
But see, that isn't part of the way that I'll call the finance department reports it, because they've got these codes about what the numbers are, and they say, okay, shutting down VAPA will save $800,000 in we'll say, whatever program it is. We'll save so much in transportation, so much in this, so much in that. What they don't show is if you keep all those teachers, you're not saving any money. You could shut programs so you're blue in the face, but as long as you got every teacher still employed that did that work, you haven't saved the money. What you've done is shift that cost to another place. Now, we just got through talking about how to shift the cost. We said, we got all these people retiring, and so what we will do is not replace them. So you're going to ship all the VAPA teachers to replace elementary teachers. Well, they'll have better music in those classes than the rest of elementary
but they're not credentialed to teach.
But they're not credentialed to teach the rest of the elementary stuff. Yeah. So when you start, these are what I call false savings. What you do is you start saying, okay, we're not going to do things, this is our rule, we're not going to do these things because we don't want to do them. Then the result of not doing those is you do things you don't want to do at all. And not only that, you attack the idea that was set up in the first place to try and sustain a program over time. And a good example is consultants for gifted. I'm just going off the end on purpose. Gifted costs were centrally administrated for years. They were all consultants who came in and got paid to do jobs to help different schools enrich their curriculum. That was far more efficient than having each school do it one-on-one. So a central gifted program, we got one, or we had. Then that program got a certain amount of budget that they used to hire people, experts in their field, to come out and enrich the curriculum, because we didn't want to have a full-time person doing this at every site. We didn't want to have a coordinator at every site trying to arrange all these experiences for children. So we said, we'll manage this centrally. Now all of a sudden you decide, we got to save money. Let's cut the consultants and they're not certificated people anyway. What you did is you decimated the gifted program, because the gifted program can't operate without all those people that you were hiring part-time to support teaching. If you don't get into the consequences of each of your cuts, you're ending up with making decisions around a budgetary number that is basically phony. And it doesn't really represent your priorities, because I will not accept the idea that if we do away with all of VAPA, that the kids are going to have an immunity experience because elementary teachers are going to be able to provide it. I will not accept that. The reason why we set up in the first place is because they couldn't do it. And they were asking for help. Now, if it's a matter of handing a kid a recorder and having a teacher learn how to teach it is the only way you're going to be able to get through the idea that you're going to con yourself into believing you're providing a music program with that. The next day you end up spending as much money teaching the teachers in staff development how to teach recorders as you did in the program that you cut. So, let's get the consequences on the table, not the numbers.
Mr. Barrera, Dr. Evans, and then Superintendent Guerrero.
Okay, so I've got a bunch of questions, but part of it is that it's VAPA is one example of this, where if the bulk of the $3.2 million cost of the program is the 40 music and arts teachers,
actually what you're talking about will not affect, it does in the long term, but your middle school and your high school programs, they're part of the allocations that the schools already get, so you're not touching those. It's the elementary teachers who go into those 4th and 5th grades that teach music, the instrumental music, that actually gets the kids excited about going into the middle school.
Again,
So the bulk of that $3.2 million are teacher salaries.
Okay, so the question, I'm sorry, Mr. Beck, but it's along the same lines. So we're not saving $3.2 million by eliminating the VAPA program. Because if those 40 teachers are then reassigned, it seems to me that what's happening is we're saving a very small fraction of that 3.2.
Here's the key. If you eliminate VAPA, those 40 teachers have to go somewhere. You only have 15 positions right now for them to go. And that's at the elementary level and at the middle level. And 8 of those 15 are 4 is elementary, 4 is at middle. The other 9 are at high school with those teachers. So the point we're trying to make is when we said to you, every cut on this page has a consequence. Intended and unintended. The unintended consequence is you would save those 40 positions, but you would have to lay off, unless you have a lot more teachers resign, you would have to issue pink slips and lay off 25 music teachers. That is the consequence. That's where your savings would be. And now, is that anything that any of us are advocating for? I don't think you've heard or seen any of us do that. But we knew when we looked at combining the VAPA program or eliminating it, it impacted, like you said, the majority of those savings would come from, you've got 40 teachers performing the service that no longer would perform that service. So, okay, what do we do with those 40 teachers? Because of the SERP, retirement, and vacancies, if you look at this sheet, and that was going to be the next thing we were going to do if we had a chance, you could look at this sheet, you'll see that you have 4 music teachers that have either retired or taken the SERP at the elementary level, 4 at the middle school level, and then you've got 11 more at the high school level. There's about 11 total there. So you have 11 positions, 19 positions that you would be trying to fit 40 people into. And unless those music teachers had another type of elementary certification, which most of them don't, you would have to issue layoff notices, and that's where your savings would come from.
Okay, so thank you for that explanation. What it means, though, is this $3.2 million is not a real number.
Well, and let me just correct. We have gone back in and there's actually 31.4 teachers' positions that would be affected by this. I think if you look at where it says additional options for consideration, those were put there because of the fact that they have consequences, such as Dr. Greer has said. For instance, if you do something with the magnet programs, those will also have major consequences because of the teachers who have been hired as part of the magnet program. For instance, your performing arts teachers, if you were to eliminate, I don't hate to use that word, but if you were to do something else with the magnet program, then those performing arts teachers would have no place to go unless they are in the SERP. So both of those have those kinds of consequences.
Okay, right, and I understand that, Chuck, but I think the problem that I'm having is, so many of these items, from 100 to 106, it's what you're saying. They've got consequences, but I think the numbers are not. I mean, I think to say that we can save $3.2 million by eliminating the VAPA program, I don't think is accurate, because first of all, we've made a decision, and you can argue back and forth. We've certainly done a lot of that, but we've made a decision that we're not issuing pink slips.
Well, if you're not issuing pink slips, you're absolutely right. You're not going to save that money, because the consequence is, if you do that, you will have to, at some point in time, probably issue pink slips, unless what Dr. Greer is saying, somehow a miracle proceeds, and you have all these openings of music. So you're correct.
Okay. On similar lines along that is the 103, the district-wide 4-day furlough that we talked about last time. So, a question there is, first of all, there's this question of, the 45-day deadline, and is that option still available? But the bigger question to me is the estimate of the $5.9 million savings. So have we taken into account, for instance, that if paraeducators only work when the students are in school, then if a paraeducator is not working, then do we just have the kid with nobody helping, or do we? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Go ahead.
As an example, Mr. Barrera, food service workers have a calendar of 205 days versus our school year of the 180. So they've actually got a longer period of time, but they're on the calendar with us. So that wouldn't impact the student per se as much because their work calendar is already increased a little bit. It would be the same with paraeducators as well. So those people are their calendar year is longer than our actual student school year.
I'd like to make a point of clarification if I can, and that is I think we don't have to go all the way to the bottom of the list to look to this, this particular issue. If we eliminate OSILE, that means
Correct.
teachers are going to be eliminated. If we eliminate 18 librarians, they're all certificated, credentialed
Correct.
people.
Yeah.
That means, teacher layoffs.
Okay, so
Again, if we could, maybe President Jackson, this would help us and it would help Mr. Barrera and all of us. This sheet that you have laid, that we did this, the reason we did this for you is where you could see, and you can go category by category down here, based on the updated as of this morning, the information where we will have vacancies in the district. And for example, let's just start on the very first page. The first page is, let's start on the second page because it's a little easier to follow the format if you don't mind. On page 2 of 10, Cheryl, this particular document. Okay. If you look up here, the very first column you see is area of certification. And right to the right of that, you'll see a column that says certificated CERP totals. Now, this is regular kindergarten through 5th grade regular education. What this shows you is, we just talked about art. Now let's move to the next one. K-5 elementary education, total certified. We had 199 teachers take the CERP. We have as of this morning, had 14 that have resigned in K-5 that did not take the CERP. We had 110 new leave requests. One of the questions I had raised by a board member is, do we have to approve leave requests? And the answer by contract is yes.
and I wanted to see that article in the contract because I thought it was subject to board approval because we had approved them in the past, so it had to be subject to board approval. And I would like to see that particular item outlined in the contract the way it is in the contract.
Sam will get that for you. He's sitting right back here behind us. Then we've had 207 of our temporary employees whose contract expires at the end of this year and you add all those numbers together and you come up with a total of 530. So we have 530 leave positions for 08-09. We have 46 people who have written us or called us indicating we're coming back from leave. That leaves you a total of 484 positions to be filled. Now, if you keep walking down through K-5, you'll also see we have some K-5 teachers who are language arts certified. And you see some that are certified in music. That's what we just got through talking about. Then you see physical education. There's 17 physical education positions. And then science and Spanish. Well, if you look at them and total them together, there's 516. So when we start looking at OSILE, for example, or some of these other programs, you have to go into those programs and look to see what individual people are certified in and whether they have alternative certifications, which means if they don't fit into one area, they could fit into another. So if you come over to the next page, on page 3 of 10, you will see that this is a similar exercise for middle school
But
students.
before you go there, let's
Yes,
look at
ma'am.
that last column there.
Uh-huh.
Okay, you had 516 vacant. And then the next column, you had the positions to eliminate to balance the budget was 533. And then you have your estimated over or under 17.
Basically, what that means is just taking an estimated snapshot. If you were to approve the items that you saw over on items 60 through items 85, those areas. Now, that has nothing to do with what you were talking about behind the gray. That's the reason we put them there, because we understood what you were saying.
Right.
We understood about no pink slips. We got that. But given the financial burden of these new cuts, we stuck them on there just to be there. So if you look at this at the elementary level, what this means is that we would have enough positions to place all of those folks. We would have 17 people then that we would have to find places for. That's one of the issues that we put on the table to you, and that's Arun Ramanathan and Mark Breesy have a proposal to DEA right now about K-5 teachers becoming special ed certified. That would more than take care of those 17 slots. Now, what you don't see here on these 17, just to be clear, is we have to go back, and if we eliminate 46 assistant principal positions, a lot of those are going to be at the elementary sites. Now, if we take those 46 elementaries and say we hire 15 to 20 principals out of that group, that will leave about another 20, 25 principals that probably will be K-5 certified, that would add to that list of 17, would make that go up 40, 45. So this is as clean as we can get it until we get some of those other positions filled, and until you make some decisions, because the decisions you make have a direct impact on all of this. The point we're trying to make with this is, as we go through all of these areas, you can see we're going to be hiring teachers. Now, the real issue for us right now is at the K-5 area. But we will be hiring teachers throughout the organization, and you can go through. But again, once we see the decisions you've made, we'll go in and actually put numbers in after post and bid. See, we can't finish this until post and bid is over, because we don't know what principals need at each one of our schools and how many teachers we have available. Our HR department is very comfortable that we're going to have positions, because you see a lot of negative numbers when you go up and down this list. So we really feel, I understand what people are talking about in terms of laying off and issuing pink slips. The only way you get into needing to do that, in our mind, is if you were to do something with VAPA that would address those 31 teachers Chuck's talking about. If we have an overage in K-5. Now, those K-5 teachers, are there something else we could do with them? Of course. We can use them to lower class size and do other things. But that's this gives you an overview of where we are in terms of actual numbers. Okay. We'll be glad to answer questions about this.
I hate to be harping on music, because everybody knows that's where my heart's at. And I think this is, my concern is that we have a balanced curriculum within a balanced budget, and that we don't, have wide gaps in our children's education anywhere, including athletics, which is, or whatever area we happen to have. We only have 8 teachers that are leaving the district who are musically certified. So with the other, we've got 40 positions under VAPA that you're saying we're going to be
31.
31?
Yeah.
It's 31. Okay. So what's going to happen to the rest of those teachers? Are we going to ask them to get a different certification, and we're going to have music teachers to be, certified in special education?
Again, we know that, and that's the reason we put those positions below the gray line. The point we keep trying to make with all of this is, at the end of all of these very, very, very difficult decisions, we're going to still be somewhere in the neighborhood of $45 million short. We're going to have a hole that deep. That's the reason those slots were put down beneath the gray, is
Okay.
because they do have consequences
That we can't resolve.
that are going to be very difficult to resolve. Okay, Richard, I'm sorry.
Okay, no, that's
Still
actually
looking at the evidence,
very,
and
very
that's
clear,
continuing.
very helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just need to just sort of go through a list of questions, and I had sent
Okay.
these to you last night, James. Yeah.
All right.
So beginning on revenue, number one and number 4. So your projection of the beginning balance is based on numbers verified as of March 15th, and your projection of the spending freeze reconciliation, again, is numbers based on March 15th.
Right. So, Mr. Barrera, on that question, so line item 1 and 4, what we've done is we should have a reconciliation done, hopefully, like a very firm number by the end of this month versus the June 9th.
In about a week, in other words.
Yeah, we'll have the June 9th. We'll have a firmer number by June 9th, like we've talked about.
Yeah.
Let me just see this thing. I do have projected to be about $4.5 million of spending free savings, which you'll see on our sheet there.
Yeah.
So that number is about 4.5. But there's additional, probably some more numbers in there, but they're on our capital side. And on the capital side, there's things that I can't really use from an operational perspective, meaning general fund, unrestricted, and restricted. It doesn't mean that we can't try to find some FTE resources that are hitting the unrestricted and restricted that I couldn't push off into some of those capital funds. Doesn't mean a lot, though. So in reality, it would be people that work in like physical plant operations. Most of those people or resources right now are already booked to our state school facilities fund or the redeveloper fund, that kind of thing. So from a savings that will help us solve this problem that you see in front of you, I don't see a lot of dollars that'll be there to drop to the bottom line. I do see the 4.5, which if you look at the summary sheet that's up there that we've been referencing.
Yeah, number 4.
That number 4 is the 4.5 there. And the reason I put it there is because I didn't drop it into my beginning balance number of $78.6 million, just from a time perspective.
Yeah.
I wanted to clearly kind of outline that for you so you could see that.
Okay.
So, and then on... So I would say the same thing for the spending freeze and year-end reconciliation. Like I said, we hope to have everything done by June 9th, and it's going to be a lot of work in between now and then. So that's why I'm a little cautious about that date.
Okay.
Let me take a look at...
So then just going down, I want to get to number 25, step and column increases. If the certificate... So if we, for instance, increase class size, and that lowers the number then for certificated salaries.
Well, I would say for the CERP savings, we've included that on page 2. That's the $11 million number.
Understood.
Right.
But if the dollar amount for certificated salaries is not 605, if it's something less, doesn't the step and column number come down as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the so line item 25, step and column 18.9.
Yeah.
We'll have that hopefully by the end of the month. You think, William?
Oh yes. Yes.
We'll have that by the end of the month. Yeah.
Okay. And then does that affect health and welfare as well?
FTE reductions definitely decrease health and welfare costs in total.
Yeah.
And the variable rates in addition to.
Right.
Okay. And then number 39. The 2% required reserve.
39?
Number I'm sorry.
Number 40.
I'm looking at a different.
Number 40.
Number 40. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So you've got that at 23.9, but I think that was the number before you brought the. In other words,
It's to avoid double counting again.
Here's the problem with that. Last week, we went over and sat down with Randy Ward, the county superintendent.
No, I'm not talking about that for a second, Terry. I'm just talking about math.
Okay.
I think that 23.9 was based on the anticipated revenues before you accounted for the new May revised reductions.
That's true, but it's the accounting code calls us to base it on expenses.
Right.
So, but it is before any expense reductions. So,
right. So in other words, if we bring our expenses down, then that number comes down as well.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And like
yeah.
you pointed out, $1 million if we just drop to match the revenue.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Good. Okay.
Okay.
So, Mr. Brewer, there corresponding whenever you make adjustments in like salary, certificate of class, you're going to see that number adjust a little bit based on because it is a formula of 2%.
Yeah. Okay.
2% of expenses. So
then, number 56. This is a question that I've asked you about.
Will
James,
we be able to apply any
the question? So we've got right now from the state, we're allowed to use ending balances in our categoricals from 2007-8. What is the current conversation about our ability to use ending balances in categoricals for 2008-9?
Yeah, we are using those categorical balances. I don't know the exact amount, but for instance, if you look at the line item that's line item 2, beginning balance, the 78.6 number.
Yeah.
As an example, what makes up part of that 78.6 is we've got about $6 million of the instructional materials from the lottery, art and music block. I have a whole laundry list of those items. Let me just check and see if I have any more from categoricals there. Just give me a second. Yeah. So lottery, arts and music block grant, one-time PE. Do you have a? Can we display this for them?
Yes.
Do you want to see this displayed, maybe?
Well, it's okay right now, but the point that you're making is that we're already factoring in ending balances.
Yeah, there could be some more. Yeah, there could be some more items that we're going to reconcile to. Bernie's trying to yell at me about something. Oh yeah. Gotcha. I got you. Yeah.
And as Bernie pointed out, line 18, we're using two resources or categoricals right there. The deferred maintenance is by the large portion of that.
Well, first we're going to get beginning balance, Bernie. So I'm going to hit beginning balance, and then I'll walk down to some of the other items. So bear with me on the 78.6. My point that I was trying to make is that part of our beginning balance, we have included what will be carryover balances from our categoricals. And as examples, I was listing out lottery, arts and music block grant, one-time, EIA, master plan for instructional materials. That's a $6 million number, $1 million, $2 million, $1 million, 7.8, 5.7. I've got somewhere in there plus the 46. That gets me to the 78.683.
Okay.
Now, as Bernie has talked about, if you go down on line, what is it, 18? The categorical flexibility transfer, that's another 10.1.
Right, but that's a different, that's a different question, Okay.
Does that make sense what I've answered for
you? It does, I understand. Then what I don't see here under the March 10th reductions is, for instance, the use of redevelopment funds to pay for, maintenance that we had talked about before. Why is that not appearing here?
Okay, so where is that?
Yeah, we have that.
Yeah, we're using of the RDA or redevelopment areas. With the custodian expense shift that you approved earlier, we are using up almost all the RDA balances except for the Center City, and we are using that for maintenance at those area schools. The Center City is the only one that has a very large balance, and that will provide a multi-year relief for the custodian staff.
So, in other words, is that option available to us in 910 as well?
Yes.
Yeah, we already taken it. It's the point he's trying to make. We're taking it 910 as an offset for how we're paying custodials.
Taking it in 8-9, right? And so the question is, can we do it again in 910?
In 910, we have down 1.6 of custodian expenses being funded out of the RDA, the Center City one. All the other RDAs are the balances dropped to zero. There will be some new money coming in, but as of right now, we are using them to the max extent of their balance.
Okay, but can we? Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. That's right.
I was just, can we get an option under here in this section for 910 about the ability to do that again?
Well, what we'll do, Mr. Brewer, first is we'll look to see what we'll have left in an ending balance this year, and then we'll also look to see what new revenue there might be, and then we'll essentially come back and give you that number.
Okay.
And just one point, so we have it right now, the 1.6 of custodian going for funding out of the Center City RDA. We can break it out of the classified line. Would you like to see that as a separate item? Because it's built in, it's thus reducing the classified salary by that amount.
So you've already built it in for the Center City. Okay. Yeah. Anything and any opportunity that we have to do more of that next year, in addition to what's already been built in.
And I would say keep in mind that where you're going to have flexibility like that, it's going to be on like maybe a food service worker. In moving expenses away from the general fund, unrestricted and restricted, maybe some physical plant operation kind of resource people, anyone doing work on a capital fund. We won't have any flexibility in using those kinds of funds for any of our teacher workforce.
No, I understand. But is that something, James, that you guys could get to us in the next couple of weeks as sort of a projection of where we might be able to move general fund expenses into other funds?
Well, yeah. I mean, for example, I think we're working on that now. Yeah. So some of our computer purchases that we do, what we're working on, William and I are working on, is to find out how many computers have we actually purchased in general fund unrestricted. Zandy has that number for us. What we'll do is we'll take that dollar amount and we'll move it into state school facilities fund as a capital purchase.
Yeah.
So that's just one way we're doing that. I think right now we have $1.5 million.
We also, James taking a hard look, and we asked Randy Ward this, and he's checked up and down the state, is whether or not we could pay for utilities out of our facility dollars as an option. And of course, we've been told no, you can't. What we can do, and what we have been doing, for example, is charging our cafeterias in kind for the electricity and utilities they use in preparing food. We have to monitor it and document it very carefully. But we are looking under every rock, behind every corner,
and it seems again like where the answer currently is no, you can't. That seems like a job for Bernie to push back at the state and say, why not? Given the circumstance that you're putting us in.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think Bernie's doing that. As an example, we had a conference call Thursday with some of the Schwarzenegger's team, and one of the things that we talked about was, thank you for giving us the flexibility in how we can spend our dollars for textbooks, but also there's the other side of the coin, and that coin is you still are keeping me on the hook to have those adoption cycles still put in place.
Right.
So we made sure we made that point with them.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Dr. Evans?
Okay, first of all, it's kind of a general thing in terms of how we're approaching this, because we're constantly giving a list of cuts that we can make and kind of choosing between the different cuts, as opposed to seeing how the money is being spent. I mean, even when we go to one of the documents that has the cuts in each central office and the amount of savings, we really need to look at, we're spending this much money in this category. We're spending $17 million in this category, and maybe we want to only spend $16 million, and then charging the administration to say, okay, find a way to do $16 million. So I think this, we really need to, that's a big issue that we need to look at. Now, I just want to bring up a few points and then come back to that, but again, to kind of harp a little on what President Jackson was saying about the salaries and the relation to the 495 school site formula. If we're spending $495 at school sites, and let's say a little bit of that is for materials. So even if we reduce that down to, say, 430 of that is salaries, and I'm just guessing because I don't have that information, we have here on this list about $830 million in salaries, certificated and classified. So if we're spending 400 something on site for all of the people working there, then there's another 400 million somewhere else. And so that's just kind of what Ms. Jackson was saying. We need to see where that is. When it's broken down this way, it doesn't really show us that.
Sure. And Dr. Evans, as an example for you on the supplies, for the allocation for supplies, we have it all broken down.
Okay.
It's about $5.9 million.
Okay, but
so it's almost all salaries.
Yeah, the other
that 495.
Yeah,
no. Okay, well that's exactly the point that I made.
Yeah,
so let's say the entire 490. Okay, let's say 490. So we're going from 490 to 830. 490 is supporting the people who are working at the schools, and that means 340 million is for salaries outside the schools.
And one thing of that is the special ed program is providing services at the school site, but it's not in the formula.
Okay, but I understand. I know that the money is.
Well,
it's being spent somewhere. It's just that we need to have it broken down.
And we want you to have it broken down because, I don't want to be sitting up here, these guys don't want to be sitting up here trying to defend that, oh, gee whiz, it looks as if the central office is spending half of the money at the central office, and that's what it's beginning to sound like when that's not even close to being accurate.
Right.
And we need to be clear because we want to be transparent. We want people to know where the dollars are being spent. And Chuck, I think you had something you would...
Well, I just want to use an example of that. School school psychs, I don't know the exact number there, so I'm not going to give it to you, but school psychs at an average salary and benefits package of $130,000 a year.
School psychologists.
School psychologists, I'm sorry, would account for the difference between the allocations at the schools and that 605, and that could be as much as $15 to $17 million just for school psychologists in the district. So I think what you're asking for is let's take a break.
We'll give you that breakdown.
Of that $110 million.
Well, isn't there also an issue?
On what John, I don't mean because it's Dr. Evans' turn, but I think what you're hearing us say,
right.
and thank you, John, for putting it a better way than what I had said it, is that if we fully allocate our school the way you had mentioned in that meeting, and I don't have a calculator up here, but you said it's $495 million, then maybe the next item might be transportation costs. So if the transportation cost, if you worked out for this district, is $47 million, and the board says, okay, we want you to trim it down to $45 million, I think that's what we're trying to say, because what happens is, and thank you again, John, for saying it the right way, it's cut, but we don't know where the money is going, so we can't understand, always know total consequences, as Mr. Beck was saying earlier, as to what that cuts are. So if the total cost, so if the allocation, that 495, did not include our special ed piece,
and then it does include all of it. Yes.
Okay, and if you say that now that is an additional, $200 million, then that helps us, because we look at things from the categorical. People come to us, we look at it and say, well, how are you spending on special ed? How much on BAFA? How much on whatever.
Well, and I think what we can do to show that to you is, for instance, the 605 would include like all the special. The 495 is the base core. Special ed teachers assigned to that school, ROP teachers assigned to that school, are all in addition to that 495. So we could break that out so you would get a much better idea of the fact, well, there's not a $110 million difference that's not in the schools because of the fact that those are assigned above the allocation.
We have sat down in the last 4 weeks as a staff, and we've gone through every single department in this district, from IT to business to curriculum to special education. And I know you haven't been there to see this, and I think that's part of the problem, a big part of the issue. Phil Stover has been there to see this, department by department by department, as a third party outside looking in. We've gone through, and because salary and benefits about 85% of what we do, we basically have focused our efforts primarily on people. We've not gone in and said, well, can we cut our supplies and materials? We have a proposal here to cut 25% out. But we've not gone through, we've looked more at people and what they do, position by position, and every single person at the central office, from Drew Rollins in PPO to Bill Koba, everyone has had to go through every single person on their staff and defend what they do and talk about the consequences of not having this or not having that. Now, we can go in and eliminate more carpenters. We can eliminate more painters. We can eliminate more of this and more of that. And as you talked about earlier, as we do that, we've got to have somewhere to put these people. Or we have to issue pink slips. Even people whose position at the central office that we might look at eliminating. For example, we are still working very hard on our small high schools, and we have a proposal that hopefully by the end of the week we will give you that will have some savings in small schools that have a lot of principals. The real issue for us as a central staff is, however, I hope the board does not decide to do away with small schools, because I do think if done right, they are very successful. But that's your decision. The other thing we're looking at is we're looking at reworking our curriculum department. There's a small contract on the board's agenda today. We want to get at a process where we don't write so much curriculum, but that we do more staff development in the district, particularly around and working with English language learners, so that we can do more of our own training versus bringing consultants in from outside the district. We believe that there's going to be some positional savings there. However, I want to point out to you the consequences of taking those teachers that are on special assignment, that are working with Chuck in curriculum. When you redesign that and you say, okay, we don't need 10 more of you, or we don't need 15 more of you, those folks will have to go back in to the vacancies that we have here, because as you've said, we're not issuing pink slips. So there is a reaction to ever action that we're taking down here. But we want to be transparent. We'll be glad. We'll come in and sit down with you as a whole board and start at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we'll go line item by line item by line item, every single nickel and dime in this budget. And at the end of the day, when you're done, and when you're done with this, because we've done it, and all of us have done it, Phil has looked at it, you're $45 million short. And at the end of the day, quite frankly, we may save $1 million here. We may save $2 million there. And when James finishes scrubbing up the budgets at the end of the day, he may get lucky and find $3 million. You will not find $45 million doing that. You just won't.
Okay.
And I believe that. I think Phil Stover believes that. I think all of our staff believes that. And we'll continue to answer all of your questions, and we will sit down with you and go through this budget. We'll do it any way you want to. And at the end of the day, you're going to still have a $40 to $45 million hole there.
Right. And all we want to do, again, I appreciate and realize the staff has done a tremendous amount of work as never before in terms of finding cuts. And I think the reason for that is we keep asking, where can we cut, and the staff has worked very diligently to do that. I just think we have to also look at it from the other way. This is our billion-something dollar budget, and this is where we are spending it, which is different than just where we're going to cut. Now, a few other points, and then just to kind of finish up. First, and this has to do, for example, with the revenue, and I think the issue of dealing with the state, not just taking the state's first answer for being what we're going to do. Even when I'm looking at the $3.5 million Title I money that they want to take, I believe that's out of like $14 or $15 million. That's 20%. We are allowed 5% administrative costs in the district. That's absurd. I mean, I think we should be fighting on that, just as one example.
And let me just speak to Title I, because it made me so mad last week. We called Monica immediately. What's happened there, so that you understand, there's a robbing Peter to pay Paul. Because what they did is they used the Title I stimulus dollars, which is the $17 million we're going to get. They figured that as the additional Title I dollars, and then the state is using a formula to take $3.5 million out of our Title I allocation. Our regular Title I allocation. And that money will be used to distribute across the state.
Isn't that the exact definition of supplanting?
Well, but yes. I can tell you what I called it, but we're in mixed company right now.
Well, no, because the media needs to hear this so they can give it out to the people.
But they actually take that money. Now, I will tell you, we were on a phone call to all the other large districts in the state, and I was going to raise the issue. There's only one problem. All of them will benefit from our money because they're already in school improvement, and we are not. So I'm sitting there going, well, do I raise an issue? And they're going to go, oh, we're not going to mess with that because you're the only one affected, not the other large districts. But we are fighting that. I will tell you that Debbie Foster and Monica have been in contact, and we're actually getting some response. Now, whether it will do any good, I don't know. But that is one place where we need to say, you can't count the stimulus dollars because it's costing us money. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I get passionate.
Well, I'm glad that you're upset about that because I am too. And then another issue in terms of the $91 million additional shortfall with this 2662 and 3.5. This is a very gross number because I just think we need to keep that in mind, that's not necessarily, there's a lot to be determined in terms of what the state's going to do. We were told that it was calculated on a 2%, San Diego being 2% of the state K-12 budget, but at other times we've heard that San Diego is 1.75% of the state budget. which by my calculations, which could certainly be wrong, could be a difference of about $10 million.
Yeah, the real difference there is whether you include community colleges and higher education in the calculation. If you include community colleges and higher education in the calculation, then it is 1.76. If I got it right, or if I got it upside down, James?
Yeah, I think you're right. So part of the dilemma is if you look at the total state budget in total, K-14 is about 40%. So taking that 40%, then you would adjust to the 1.76, versus the way we normally do it with the 2%. So that's the difference between the two.
Okay. So I realize that's still up in the air. So again, the only other thing in terms of looking at how we're spending versus cutting is what. And I realize not every person who's cut out of one program can be put into another program, but we need to look to have a mentality of this is our workforce, and to the extent possible, all hands on deck. And that may mean, just as you said, for example, a teacher training to go into special ed so that they can fulfill the needs of the district. That could mean other radical things, such as if we need to replace principals, taking experienced people who have been successful principals from school improvement positions and putting them in being principals. In other words, figuring out how we can fill as many positions as possible within the people that we have. So I hear a lot about looking at what positions we can potentially not replace versus kind of taking a spending freeze mentality of not replacing any unless and until it's proven that it's absolutely necessary. So that's just another way of kind of going about it.
We're doing that, and we will move some people out of school improvement into principalships, and we're looking at any position that we fill as being a position that we won't fill it unless we have to. But again, there are consequences of not filling positions. And one of the things that we've got to be concerned about is, quite frankly, two things. One is, James, when you have to have this budget in budget format to the county office by July 1.
July 1.
How long?
A balanced budget with 08, 09, 9, 10, and 10, 11.
So you're going to have 3 more years projected out.
This current year, next year, and the year after.
Okay, 2 years projected out. Now, how long is it going to take you and your staff working long hours, or working as long as you can? How long is it going to take you? In other words, when do you need a decision or decisions made about what's going to happen in order for you to get your material in budget format and get it to the county by July 1?
Right. In a perfect world, what would happen is we'd be prepared to give you all the information by the June 9th date, and you folks would be able to sign off on it and approve it. And then we would take it to board approval on June 23rd. So then we could submit it to the county by the July 1 date. That's in a perfect world.
And that's your last current scheduled board meeting in June.
Right.
If you do a special board meeting, it buys a couple more days there.
You know, we love special board meetings, and we will work 24/7 to make sure that we get the budget balanced. Okay.
And just one more thing, I do appreciate the fact that we got the information from the county superintendent, some of the things in writing, the 11 or 15 criteria and so forth, because rather than just this kind of blindly submitting it. And they also went through the steps in terms of the period from the time we submit it until August 15th, in terms of them going over it and rectifying it and so forth, which is different than the message that we were given on March 10th, which was basically, we will freeze your funds tomorrow if you don't do what we say. So I think it's important that we have that accurate information.
Dr. Evans, also one thing that he said to us that surprised me a bit, frankly, is that you may recall on the last time you got this from us, we had reducing our reserve from 1.5 down to 2. And there was about
2 to 1.5.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And he told us plainly they would not approve that. And so that's.
Let me just, because I want to understand that.
But here's the thing. I'm sorry, but when there was stated there that you have to have at least 4 of these, you're violating 4 of these. No, it said more than 3. More than 3 of these criteria. And so, we might violate a couple, and I'm just not so sure that he can.
I'm just telling you, don't shoot the messenger, because I had the same arguments. And basically what he said back to us was, given the financial uncertainty and your bond ratings, he said, I can't imagine you would want to do that even around your bond ratings, but he said, I can go ahead and tell you, and Mark was there, and I don't think I'm misspeaking, and Bernie was there as well, that he said, we would not approve your request to go from 2 to 1.5. I'm not saying that's not a reason to do it. I'm not saying that's not a reason to put it in there and try. I'm just simply, because we had the old list with us when we went through this with him, and that was on it, and he immediately stopped us right there and said, given the state's financial uncertainty, your issues surrounding your bond ratings, he said, I can go ahead and tell you we would not approve that.
Well, I understand that's a big problem. I just think we need to go by written criteria. And for him to say on this one particular item, I didn't see anything in that written material saying if you violate this reserve thing, automatically the rest of the budget is thrown out.
James?
Yeah, since you're on the bond rating, you did have a question for us about that. So on June 17th, Ken and I had the pleasure to be back on the telephone conference call with Moody's and Standard & Poor's. So they'll be asking us a bunch of questions, and one of the questions they'll ask us is, have you and your board, Dr. Greer and the board, essentially approved a balanced budget? We'll walk them through the process and those kinds of things. They'll look at our second interim like they did previously, and they'll do their own financial forecasting, because they have very competent financial analysts that crunch these numbers behind the scenes for companies around the world. So they'll come back and they'll essentially determine, based on the discussions that we have during that conference call, whether they think our financial situation has changed or not. The other thing they'll look at is they'll look at what's happening at the state of California. Mm-hmm. And so, because there's some risk there at the state of California level, because we've got such a sizable deficit at this point in time, and none of the propositions passed. So one of the specific questions they'll ask us is, what are the dollar impacts you're forecasting based on the fact that the propositions didn't pass? How much more does that mean to you? And then they'll specifically ask us, where are you taking steps to eliminate or reduce or transfer or cut out those expenses? They'll expect to see us working toward, if not already, having a balanced budget for the July 1 submission.
But I'm sorry, just this specific question on the lowering the reserve from 2 to 1.5%. I mean, do you anticipate that having an impact on our bond rate?
Yeah, one of the things that was helpful to us when we were in San Francisco a couple months back is the fact that they looked at all of our funds, and one of the things they saw was a sizable amount of money in our state school facilities fund, which we have a lot of people that hit state school facilities, like physical plant operations and a lot of the pre-Prop S work, essentially, were there. So they'll look at that and they'll say, what are our projections for all of our fund ending balances? Yeah. There'll be some that we can't touch with. We can't touch the bond redemption fund. They'll see that and they'll understand that that can't be used for anything other than paying that dollar back to the investor, right? So they'll look at our total funds, and I can bring Ken here if you want some more input on it, but they'll look at they track our ending balances and our beginning balances and our reserve balance. And what they look at is similar to FCMAT. In order to operate from a healthy perspective, you need a kind of a robust ending balance, and part of that has to be your 2% economic reserve. So they'll take our year-over-year previous years, and they'll look at our projections for this fiscal year, the 9-10 year, and the 10-11 year, and say, what do you folks look like you're doing from an ending balance perspective? And they'll weigh all those factors, and they'll decide, and then they'll look at the state of California, and they'll decide, should we make any kind of change in what we're recommending your rating to be. They will include those things. That's not the total decision making, but they use that as a component for their overall decision making. But what helped us last time is that you folks had taken a lot of action to balance us to what was the 102 plus the 44 deficit that we were projecting at that time.
Just one final thing. As far as the information, this is on spending, but now it's back to the cuts issue. As far as what Mr. DeBeck was saying about us knowing the consequences, so if we're looking at something like K3 class size increase or eliminating OSIL, we need to have the corresponding information about there's X number of teachers and this portion of them have other credentials or do not, or could be placed here or there, as opposed to we're going to prove these and then you go and figure that out later. And I know it's not 100% foolproof, but just using those as an example, we need to have the breakdown so we would really know whether we're saving or not saving. That's all I have.
You done?
Ms. Jackson, can I just from an operational perspective, I'd like William just to talk about sometimes it's just the depth of the work that we do. So, for instance, let's say that today you went through and you said, we're going to approve all these items to get us to a balanced budget. Can you just give me 2 minutes about all the work we have to do in PeopleSoft to get that done?
So logistically speaking, then, any actions made probably this week, we can roll into detail into the budget. But going into early June, maybe late end of this week, what's going to happen is the budget will have proceeded so far down the path of status quo. But any votes that approves an action will probably roll in the action at a high level because of the work it requires. If it hits 100 schools, it'd take a tremendous amount of man hours to get that down into the details. We'll probably have to put in budget reductions at a high level starting towards the beginning of June.
Rather than at the general ledger level where we actually are going to make those specific reductions at the school site in that expense line. So from a salary perspective, material supplies, utilities, teleconference, those kinds of things. The point I'm trying to make is that we're really kind of getting under the gun as far as allowing us to actually do the work to get that budget submitted by July 1. There's just a lot of work involved.
Let me just comment about that. We have been willing to have extra meetings to meet the needs of having our budget balanced by June 30th. But I think what you also need to understand is this board wants to do the right thing for our students and our schools. Yeah. And sometimes on paper it looks easy to say we're going to cut something, but if we don't have the consequences and people come back and we have to undo things, that is not healthy for our district. So certainly right now, given the economic climate of our state, the deficit that we have to face, I think that you certainly understand that the board will have to do its due diligence as to looking at everything and the consequences. So that might mean that we have to schedule a few more extra board meetings so that we can get those numbers to you. What I do appreciate is you saying that we need to have most of our decisions made by, so that we know what days we have to have our decisions made by. That helps us a lot. But that just means that now we'll go on notice again saying, I know there were times when people just, did an 8 to 5, but right now it's 24/7 until we get this thing done. And so the board has proven that we're willing to work and do that, have it meet as often as we can to meet that need. So if I understand correctly, what you're saying is that in order for you to get everything in, to provide a budget for us to vote on by the end of the month, we need to have it to you within the first week of June. Is that correct?
And if we keep the 2-week public review period, we get it to your office June 9th. There's 2 weeks before the board meeting.
On the 23rd.
There might also be a little bit of play there. I don't know the legal requirements on the window required. I think it's 3 days by public review is a bare minimum, but I think 2 weeks is internal policy.
That's why we say the 9th and the 23rd.
Yeah, and just one other quick thing, too.
I think we had that on track for that, but I think that what you hear, and I think Dr. Evans said it again, thank you, Dr. Evans, we want to see the spendings. You're telling us about the cuts, but it helps us to know how we're spending our money. And many of us in our homes that do our budgets, that's what we look at. We look at how we're spending our money, how much goes for rent or mortgage, how much goes for our health insurance, our car insurance, and so we look at that, and sometimes we change carriers because we know we can save a little bit of money. Mm-hmm. And I think that is what Dr. Evans is helping me put in the correct terms, is that we want to look at how we're spending the money. Now that might mean some other departments that have been putting in hours, they're putting a little bit more hours to get it to us so we can have it ready for you by the 9th. So that means a day like June 6th may be our date to have everything done. And I think that's healthy for us to know too, so that everybody in this district knows that we have to have certain things to certain people by June 6th, if that's our cutoff date. And then everybody knows, and there's no questions about that from anyone in this district. And not only, how they're spending it, but options for spending it too.
Okay.
The other thing is that, frankly, in terms of eliminating positions...
You're up next, Superintendent, so this is your turn.
Frankly, the folks, we will not know if you took this action, like, for example, to eliminate OSAL, we won't know until after post and bid where these folks will go. We can't sit here and tell you the consequences because we don't have a crystal ball. Now, once you've eliminated positions, these folks have rights to other vacant positions in the district in which they are certified for based on their seniority, the time they sign the contract. And so what we have to go back and what we've already done is we've looked at these people as alternative certifications, and we have given you this list which shows you that there's room for these folks. We've done this, with the exceptions that we have so noted around K-5 teachers. And if we can get SDEA to agree to the proposal that Arun and Mr. Brisi has presented them to give people an opportunity to be recertified to teach special education, and not just K-5, but make it available to across the district, but to start with K-5, then we have all these positions covered throughout the district. But we can't sit here and say to you, we can sit here and say to you, for example, if you were to increase class size in K3 from 20 to 24, there's 316 FTE. What are the consequences of doing that? You got 4 more kids on an average per class. That's a consequence. They're harder to manage. That's a consequence. There's more papers to grade. That's a consequence. And do we have 316 positions to put these people into? The answer is yes. And we've shown you here that we do. And if we go through all of this, I'll be glad to discuss that with you, President Jackson, if we can go through that group.
All right. I think that would be a good idea. But are you...
I'm done.
Okay. Ms. Catherine, you're next.
Yeah, I just have an observation on, and I want to be brief about this because I'm going to contradict what I'm about to say myself, and that is that, we're running the staff into the ground. I've had a staff member talk to me actually about observing the Sabbath, that they'd like to have a day off, just so that they can observe in their own faith, but also, and I think that's just an indication also of we're running these people into the ground. They need time to regroup, and their brains are going to be working better if we can just back off a little bit and let them do their job. One of the 15 that you mentioned, Dr. Evans, of the 15 items that the county superintendent is going to look extremely closely at, one of the 15 is micromanagement. And not letting the superintendent do his job, not allowing him to run the district and asking and looking at every nickel and every dime. And I know these are extreme circumstances, and I have said repeatedly, and I said it last year, that I can't hold anyone accountable unless I have an accounting. And while I believe that that's very true, I also just want to observe that this is... It's not just my say-so that we shouldn't say, that we shouldn't, that we have to be careful, not that we shouldn't ask questions. I believe we should. But the very amount of time that we're taking here this morning, going around in circles, is in some ways, counterproductive to what it is we're trying to accomplish. So I just am cautioning all of you. I think that we ought to take a hard look at that list that they gave us of the 15 items. I think we've got a number of them, not only the one where we undercut our own reserve, but I think there are a number of items on that list that we're eligible for, or we're coming very close to the edge of being eligible for.
Okay, Mr. DeBeck.
Okay, wow. Well, first of all, I'd like to call the board's attention to the documents. This is the day one we got today, I guess. May 26th. It's updated 2/9/10 budget forecast, and I'm on page 2 of 3. Page 2 of 3 includes all the, I'll call it, estimates that we have been questioning, but none of which are significantly different based on our questions. So basically, as a progress toward a balanced budget, today we've asked a lot of questions, none of which have resulted in I'll call it, substantial changes in the numbers. Some might go up, some might go down, but the numbers are pretty much an estimate, which I could take a lot of these apart. But the net, if you look down at the bottom of the page 1 of 3, is that we have page 1 of 3. We have a $180 million deficit, and then we go to the end of all of these, I'll call it debatable items, and we still have a $45 million deficit. So if we plus or minus these with like some are high and some are low, and we say, okay, but they're pretty close, then we're still talking about what are we going to do about $45 million. So then we go to page 3 of 3.
Okay.
Now you got all these dark items that are negotiable, right? Plus a lot of questionable items below which may or may not be negotiable. But if you look at it, you see in the negotiable items, for example, that I added just a few up that had to do with the 3% district salary rollback. That's $25 million. Then I took the 4-day furlough as $12 million. That's not everybody, but it's teachers. And then the free step and column. So there's a $56 million solution for a $45 million problem on page 3, but we haven't talked about any of those. We basically are going to say, well, in fact, we say we're negotiating them. Well, if let's say we've got 13 days, which I heard them say, 13 days before we have to have a final solution on our budget. Yet we're not willing to say we can't bargain these anymore. We're tired of bargaining. We're through it. We basically have to declare impasse and make a decision or not. Or we're going to have to go to the 9 days and just say to everybody, forget you, we're not going to negotiate, we're going to make a decision. It'll still wrap around all of these pages of decisions that are all implied, which some of you won't vote for, I'm suspecting, and which I won't vote for, I suspect. And then we have this other piece, which could solve some of it, but we're still taking that off the table because we're not going to
go to impasse.
So what we're saying is that we're going to be at the point of 13 days from now with none of this decided. And I don't care how many times you meet. If you meet and nothing happens as a result of your meeting, you still wasn't worth the time. I don't know how many budget workshops we've had that we haven't made decisions at, but today's one of them. And I think the one at University City was another. And what's happening is the time is running out, but we're sitting here debating stuff that's, I'll call it trivial compared to the size of the problem. Now, I'll use an example. There's a fundamental flaw in costing schools, saying the money going to schools is a certain amount, and therefore all the money that doesn't go to schools is not for schools. Because there are a lot of central services that everybody has to pay for. And even employees that would advocate to get rid of that nasty central office would have to admit that payroll is pretty important, that health insurance administration is fairly important, that the personnel department may have some effect on their careers, that transportation may bring or take kids to schools to help get that school the kids they need in order to have the enrollment they need, that curriculum and the managing of how you select books is something that central office may do, okay, and that they would probably want to. So then if you're really trying to go on to this idea of let's cost everything out per school, what you got to do is a new kind of accounting, a new kind of cost accounting. We're not doing cost accounting, but we're arguing over cost accounting. So we're saying, well, 40% of the money is district overhead. Therefore, let's get it. But what we don't see is that 40% includes a lot of stuff for schools. And until we either, and it's too late now, I'm saying it's too late now to do cost accounting. We're backed up to the wall here. We got like 12 days to get a solution. And if you're not willing to bargain it, or if you don't see it coming out in bargaining, what's going to happen in 9 to 12 days, we're going to have ourselves a decision that we'll unilaterally have to make, and there'll be a whole lot of people mad at us. But, my take on this is we're not really facing the problem at all. And what we're basically doing is paying ourselves into that corner. I did it once when I was varnishing a floor, and I had to stand there for quite a while, or figure out a way, what part of the floor do I want to step on to get out of here? But once you do that, you'll never do it again. But in this case, you're gambling with the kids and with the school district. And so we don't have a chance to tippy-toe across a varnished floor anymore. We're back to the wall, and we got no place to go. That's it. I think we got to make some decisions.
We will. Richard?
I think it's very clear. We've had this discussion a number of times. We've talked to our legal counsel and gotten very clear advice about this. We cannot simply declare impasse and just say we're going to put into our budget these items in the gray area that need to be negotiated, and that's how we balance our budget. We can't do that. We can't give the county a balanced budget with items that are subject to negotiation, whether we decide we want to declare impasse and unilaterally impose these things or not. That's not how the impasse process works. That's not an option that's available to us in balancing our budget. I think the point that Julie Kramer made at the beginning of this is, if we're serious about these options in the gray area that need to be negotiated, then we need to be serious about negotiating. But the idea that we have the ability ourselves to simply say, declare impasse, we're going to unilaterally impose these things, done, there's our $56 million or whatever it is, and we've balanced our budget, is not available to us. And it's misleading to argue that it is.
Ms. Kamara, please.
I don't think it's misleading. We can declare impasse, and we can at least put our cards on the table. We can. That is an option that is available to us. It's misleading to say that we can't declare impasse. We certainly have that option and ability to do that.
And to put those items in a balanced budget?
That would be the second part of it. We can't put them in a balanced budget, but that can certainly be, we can still submit a budget. We have an August 15th deadline. As far as layoffs are concerned, we can indicate layoffs. We have a lot of other options which we may well have to do, but there is still a window of opportunity. I think it's a little cloudy for us, but there's a window of opportunity open with regard to August 15th that is still out there, and I think that we could still go to impasse. That is still an opportunity that we have. But to say that we can't do impact, that's not correct either. So we can still. We do still have that as an option, and we've got basically three options: submit, a balance, just throw up our hands and say we can't solve this problem; go to layoffs; go to impasse, or work out some sort of negotiation on the items that are in gray. So, I think if we had worked out negotiations on the items that were in gray, that we would have announced that already. So. It's probably clear that we have not. So I don't see that we have, our options are rather foreclosed, and staff is turning itself inside out and every which way, looking for dollars and pennies in between the seat cushions when we've got, in fact, a $45 million problem where we're going to fall far short. But this board is not willing to make decisions. And Mr. DeBeck, I have never heard you be so eloquent. Thank you.
I think that we're ready for that now. So let's go with item number 60, because everything from item number 60 on down does require that the board make some decisions on. And so as we start going through these items, Superintendent, I don't want to have us do these as one giant item. I would prefer that board members, let's just look at the items number 60 through 85 first. And then we'll go to those things, and we can ask questions at each and every one of them, so that we're sure about this before we do any of these. I just also want to make a difference, that there's a difference between eliminating a program and a department, and so I need you to clarify when it's a department that is being eliminated versus a program.
Thank you, and that's the reason I just asked Chuck, where's Arun Ramanathan, and where are the rest of our staff members? I didn't see him. He was in here a few moments ago. And where are other staff members that are going to help answer questions about this?
Arun went to break down what we were talking about earlier.
Let's get him back in here where he can answer some questions.
Why would the 10-minute break?
Thank you.
Come back at 10:30, please.
While they're at it, they can tell what Tier 1 and Tier 2 are.
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. I thought Richard was just here. Did I miss him? He was just here a second ago.
He just meant to get a drink.
Oh, he went to get a drink.
Hard drink.
Okay.
This is on. Okay.
I'm just going to give it a second or two for Mr. Rivera to come back into the room. And while we're waiting for him to come in, again, this morning we talked about knowing how the money is being spent. And I think that's a good opportunity now for us to talk about how some of our money is being spent. So with that, Mr. Rivera is right on time to sort this presentation.
No, he's not. He's late. All the rest of us are up here. We're on camera. Here he is.
All right. Superintendent Greer.
Thank you, President Jackson. Darrell Lagasse, our Chief Information Technology Officer, is here with us this morning. As you know, Darrell has been working with parents, with students, with teachers, principals, our support staff, to look at how we would use some of our Prop S dollars, some of our state facility dollars, and other funds to really implement a world-class technology platform in our school district. And he has spent a lot of time, and I've asked him to come this morning and give you an overview of what he and the people that he has been working with have put together, and then answer any questions that you might have. I know this afternoon's board agenda does have a expenditure on there that's a large expenditure for technology-related items and expenses. So, Darrell, we're glad to have you, and if you don't mind, just walk us through your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, President Jackson, Vice President Barrera, Superintendent Guerrero, and members of the governing board. I really want to just thank you for the time to go over our Prop S or I-21 plan, which is really what we're calling our interactive classroom. And I hope that after this presentation we will have a little bit better idea of the direction we can go for our implementation of this plan. As you recall, a while back we shared with you bits and pieces of the plan. At the same time you saw actually an interactive whiteboard demonstration in our offices. And I think one of the things you saw was on the list was kind of a deployment plan, and one of those was the list of schools. And we quickly said, this is a draft. We're still trying to figure this out. And in fact, some of you said, reconsider how you're going to deploy this out at the school. Look at clusters. Look at your API level 1 schools, possibly. Look at other ways than just the list of schools we had. And so I think, as Dr. Gurr mentioned, being able to meet with some of our cluster committees on technology, such as Madison and Point Loma, as well as working with the teachers out at our three-choice middle schools, the Millennial Tech, Innovations, and Memorial Prep, along with teachers out at Washington Elementary School. We've really looked at this closely. And I think what you'll see today is in the presentation not only what we're talking about for how Prop S affects technology in our classrooms, but all the areas it affects it. So I'm going to go through the slides, but before I jump into those, I also want to say thank you to our Facilities Construction and Planning Group and our CFO, who have listened to us relentlessly say we need to be able to use Prop S funds to increase access for kids in our classrooms. When you look at our when you look at our bond item, it says equip our classrooms, it says create a 21st century learning environment, and it says upgrade our technology, and that absolutely means the kinds of things we're talking about in this slide deck. And so if you'll take a look here, we're really focusing on three major areas with Prop S. We're talking about infrastructure that includes wireless campuses, wireless networks at all of our campuses. We're talking about wired infrastructure at our middle schools, which in a few slides I'll show you why we still need to do that. And we're talking about some equipment upgrades that make the network work, essentially. all that in place, it doesn't reach the classroom. And what's exciting about Prop S is that this is actually the first bond that does reach the classroom, 7,000 classrooms to be exact, as well as a data center that we're pretty excited about. If you take a look at what our I-21 plan is, I mean, we're really talking about creating an engaging, interconnected learning environment. We're talking about creating an environment where kids can walk into our classrooms and really have access to technology, both at our elementary and our middle schools, but at our high schools as well. And you'll see in the slides that it's not all the same. But I think what's key is that we can't do many of the things that you've asked us to do unless we get our infrastructure in place and unless we create the level of access that we're talking about. So that kind of looks into what are those configurations? What does access look like? Well, it's different for grades kindergarten through second grade than it is grade 3, than it is grades 4 and 5 and 6 and 12, as you can see. But the slide shows, many of the things that will be in all of these classrooms. One of the areas is our interactive whiteboard, which you saw. We think that that's probably a great tool for most every single classroom. But depending on that is where we leap off into differences. And so as you can see, there's something that almost looks like a remote control in the upper right-hand corner there. And it's actually a responder that students would use with the interactive whiteboard to vote on answers on a question that they all see at the same time. That's very appropriate for kindergarten through second grade use of the tool. We've asked our partners Promethean to actually take that software, take that tool and build it into a software for grades 3 through 12 so that we wouldn't have to buy the little remote, which is about $120, and we could put that towards the purchase of a laptop or a terminal that could be in the classrooms. And so you'll see that in our models, things look a little differently based on grade levels. This is a K2 room layout that the teachers at Washington Elementary actually worked with our team to come up with a conceptual design of what would it look like if we had access to technology, where would we put it, how would we maintain the important aspects of our classroom. And as you can see, there's still a carpet area, there's a reading area, and off to the right is where we would put a station or a group of stations that students could go to, almost like a learning center. And you can see there's several other things that are part of their regular design. When we jump to the inventory for K2, again, this is where it's going to get a little repetitive, but it's key because it is different for K2 than it is the rest of the grades. They would have an interactive whiteboard. They would have the audio system that teachers use that amplifies, their voice so that it can be heard equally across the classroom. But they would get 7 terminals. And for those of you who haven't heard of what a terminal is, there's a picture of it, but I've also brought some of what you'll see in the classroom. And this terminal is actually a little different than a regular computer. In fact, it replaces a computer, the tower that goes in the back, on the ground or on a desk. This is the whole computer. And what's pretty nice about this technology is that instead of actually loading the software at every single machine, the software comes from our servers. And so when we upgrade from Office 2003, believe it or not, we're still on that. Finance reminds me of it every day. Their spreadsheets are limited. To Office 2007 or even Office 14 when it comes out, we load it from the servers, and that terminal automatically runs the latest version. So we're looking at technologies that make us more efficient, yet at the same time increase the level of access. You hear that we struggle in IT supporting what we have out there. We can't keep doing it the same way. So that's kind of a little rundown on what the terminal technology is. They would get a class set of the responders because we still want every student to be able to interact with the whiteboard. There's some software licensing that we consider, as well as a new network printer for every classroom and a teacher workstation. Many of our teacher workstations are probably at least 5 years old, and that's some of our new stuff. And a doc cam for those that don't have them. Grade 3 looks a little bit different. We create an environment almost immediately where we can go to a 1-to-1 ratio, meaning we can actually equip the room with one of these carts, and inside the cart, open it up, and essentially...
Daryl, is there any way to pull this over a little more towards the podium?
Let me see how far the cord goes.
That's a little better.
Is that okay?
A little better, yeah.
Yeah, so inside the cart, what you see are, basically a class set of what we're calling netbooks or computers. These are the computers that would run the software that are interfaces with the interactive whiteboard, but there are also computers that run other applications such as Word, PowerPoint, Excel, things like that, and other multimedia creation tools. So what's nice about this environment is that we can equip every single classroom where we can get to a 1-to-1 environment from 3rd grade up. This is something that in our initial Prop S plan, I don't think we thought we could get to. We hadn't figured out what exactly we could do. When we started talking to the clusters and the teachers and all the folks out there, they said this is what we really need. The nice thing is that I think in the wisdom of Prop S, it said we need certain things, but some of those things lowered themselves in cost. It was unheard of back, even 24 months ago that you could get a computer for $340. So, a lot of things have changed with that. And so that's kind of what the layout looks like for a grade 3 classroom. I'm just going to buzz through because some of these are repetitive again.
And we're going to stop right here just where you'll see grade 3 inventory. Daryl's got 21 netbooks here. That's going to go up to 24, 25 netbooks. This was a platform that we did a little earlier. Mm-hmm. Just wanted you to know that we do have the resources to do that with.
Yes. And as you can see, the key difference is that instead of the responders, they're getting the netbooks in a cart that's essentially like this. Grade 4 and 5, again, a little different layout. Teachers are coming up with some pretty creative options. Most of this is designed around, at these grade levels, creating a collaborative learning environment, allowing kids to work together in teams, being able to really exercise their 21st century thinking skills, and the critical thinking skills and things that you would see aligned to the 21st century goals. If you go to the grade 4 and 5 inventory, you'll see the only difference is really just the number of netbooks that go into a classroom. Grade 6 through 12 becomes even a little bit more flexible, and I know this doesn't look like a typical middle school, but I think what's really exciting is that teachers are thinking outside the box. They're thinking about having small groups of a whole class come together in a section where there could be that direct instruction model, but for a small group of kids that needs that particular direct instruction, while the rest of the kids are working independently. They can do that because they have access to the technology, they've got spaces where they can use it, so you can kind of see the layouts change as the grade levels change. The 7-12 inventory, the key difference here between the grade 3 is that the netbooks they come with an integrated wireless broadband. And what I mean by that is that if a student wanted to check this out, if you wanted to check these out for home use, they would have the capacity to connect to AT&T's wireless network, for example. That broadband still has to be built into schools' budgets. That's exactly what's happening at Millennial Tech, Innovations Middle, and Memorial Prep as a pilot next year, so we can learn the great things and also the troubles that come along with that. I think that's a real important aspect. It also has to roll out with a significant amount of staff development, professional development, to make sure that our teachers are equipped to use this in the very best way. And so these are some of the things that we're looking at. We're wanting to make sure that when we do training, that we're tying it back to teaching and learning, not just about how to use the board, but actually how to change a math lesson with the board, for example. We want to develop a model that's sustainable, so we need to build capacity at our schools. We need to start at a level where the school can build on this. And we want to also make sure that we're using online resources to supplement this training so that people can go back and use it over and view it over and over again. These are some of the key components. I think we clearly have to talk about the use of the whiteboards. We have to talk about what does it look like when every student has access to technology in your classroom. How do you manage that? I mean, we have varying degrees of classroom management with or without technology, and this again doesn't make it'll make a good teacher or a great teacher even better, but it doesn't make maybe a teacher who's struggling with classroom management all of a sudden somebody who can manage it. So there are things that we have to do to help them with the integration of technology. We want to develop teacher experts at every single school site. We want to create site-based user groups so that the school actually owns their investment in this technology. And we'll come back at periodic intervals to help them take the next step. But most importantly, we need to make sure that we get our online resources aligned to our curriculum. And the pressure you're putting on our publishers and the textbook providers and things is tremendous, because that's exactly what's going to help us make the difference at the end of the day with all this equipment. I'll talk a little bit about the wireless infrastructure. I think that's pretty key in the sense that we're not talking about a wireless hotspot that you can go to an area of the campus like the quad and log in. We're talking about creating a wireless network that is in the mindset of kids coming to school not only using the computers that are in here, but actually coming to school with things in their backpack or on their belts. So we're talking about kids coming with 2 and 3 of their own devices in some cases. We've got to have the infrastructure that allows them to access our network. So that's a big part of what's being done. Our middle schools are nowhere near ready for that with even our wired infrastructure, and so that's the work that's being done at the middle schools. They're recabling a lot of what's happening in the classrooms. Middle schools were skipped, if you aren't aware. They were done early on in Proposition O. Elementaries and high schools were done in Prop M. And so the middle schools have the oldest networks in place. So that's why they're being focused on as a wired upgrade. We talk about the switch upgrades, and I don't mean to get too technical, but essentially the very wire, the white wire that plugs into the wall, it goes somewhere in a closet. That thing in the closet's actually a switch that connects you either out to the internet or back to our data center for the resources. Those have to be maintained. They have to be brought current. Most all of them are in dire need of replacement. The other exciting piece about this is, what are they going to connect to? And what's pretty exciting about the opportunities are for us to build a secondary data center that will hold a lot of not only our district-wide applications, our mission-critical applications, but what I like to think of as our mission-critical application is the content that we provide our kids. And so you may or may not remember about 2 months ago, we had a little overheating incident in the data center here. All of our information currently sits in one location, and that's a problem. Prop S has known that all along, and there's a percentage out of there that will build the second data center. I think the early vision of that was put it over at transportation. It could be a closet where we could just turn on if something bad happened, like it almost did. But what I look at it as is if we're asking teachers to use this much technology in their classrooms on a daily basis, it has to be as reliable as 911, for example. And so putting this secondary data center on a school campus and actually making it an active, or what I mean is that they're both fully utilized, will get us there. But putting it on a campus also allows us another ability. to tap into our multiple pathway program. We hadn't thought about the fact that we don't have a computer science and technology pathway. We have tech pathways, but they aren't specific in the area of computer and information sciences. So being able to put a couple of classrooms onto this, allowing students to get Cisco certified, to get Red Hat certified, or even design apps for the iPhone right out of this program will be tremendous. The other thing I think is key on this is that they're going to help us support this huge network. Quite frankly, I can't come to you and ask for 20 more people to make this work. I want our kids to help us with this, and I think by doing this, we'll be able to get there. We'll be able to provide the support we need, and at the same time give kids skills. Not to say that they could walk out of high school and encourage them to do something else, but they really could walk out and do some fantastic work as an option. What are the cost estimates? And I'll just buzz through these slides. There are just a couple of variations. The AV model for Prop S budgeted about $30,000 per room. So what's exciting is that in K2, you're seeing us come in at about $16,000 for that room, and we're getting technology in the room in the same model. In the third grade, you watch it jump up to $21,000. In the fourth and fifth grade, you see it go up to $27,000. And in the 6th through 12, it goes a little bit higher, and thanks to Stu and his team and the chief financial officer, they found ways to figure out how this is a capital improvement and we can actually meet the needs. So these are some of the numbers that are running through here for the cost. So the big question is, how do we deploy this? And I think, we had that list of schools. We looked at we started with the API Level 1 schools, and teams of people got together and said, you know what? If the API Level 1 schools are struggling right now, and we think we're going to roll this in there and that's going to solve everything, we probably would have fallen flat on our face. We would have failed miserably at some of the sites. We would make a difference, and there's no question that this implemented correctly will help all of our schools. Then it was look at our clusters. Look at our feeder patterns. How do our elementary kids go to our middle, go to our high school? And things weren't really matching up, and it was still difficult when you talk to Chuck's office and say, how do we integrate this into the curriculum? And so really he and his team have looked at this and said, what about grade level? What if we started at 3rd grade, 6th grade, and 9th grade in year 1? And then in year 2, we went to 4th grade, 7th grade, and possibly picked up 10th grade. And I'll get to the high school because we have some clarification on how we roll it out there. But then in year 3, we go to 5th, 8th, and you see a percentage of the high schools. What you see then is that we're student-centered. That every 3rd grader in the school district starts out with this learning environment. They go to 4th grade, they get a continuous experience, and then again on to 5th grade. The other piece of this is that from a teacher-centered standpoint, as 3rd grade teachers, we're all having the same conversation in our district about how do we make the best use of this in our classrooms, how do we change our teaching and learning, and we can actually probably manage this. It's going to be tough no matter how we do it. We're talking about 1,200 to 1,300 classrooms every single year to get to an insertion of technology in 5 years. I think it's also important to note the reason we're trying to do this in the first 5 years is that if we sprinkle technology out over 16 years in our bond, what do we have? The same thing we have today, which is just a hodgepodge, if you will. So, getting to the high school, we've had a little bit of conversation, a little additional conversation around, instead of 9th grade, it might be the math department the first year, the English Language Arts department the second year. So there have been focus around that. We still have to kind of refine that. But this is our strategy that we would like to have your permission on to proceed, if you will.
So that's basically what we're doing here. We can't really move forward until we have your okay as a board to approve this concept and know that there may be some adjustments like math versus language arts, but the concept, we believe, is very solid. It has come from bottom up. You've heard him talk about all the designs you saw of the classrooms were designed by teachers. They were not our teachers. They were not designed by somebody at the university level or anyone out of Daryl's department. So we've had good bottom up feedback from this, but we need board approval so that we can move forward, get materials ready to go out for bid, because we've got a lot of work to do this summer if he's planning on implementing some of this starting with grades 3, 6, and 9 next year.
That's on the agenda for tonight, right? It's on the agenda
The
tonight.
agenda item for tonight is specifically around bridging what Prop S will do for our elementary schools for year one.
Okay,
so it's a separate item, essentially.
So this is not...
But we're seeking your approval of concept, I guess.
Yeah, I
is
think
what you're
concept.
hearing.
When we first presented you how our rollout plan was, we were trying to pick schools. You said, go back and rethink this because it wasn't adding up. It wasn't making sense. So we rethought it.
So it wasn't agendized as an action item this morning, but certainly we can have conversation around this. Mr. DeBeck was first, please.
This then is not an action item?
Well, the staff is asking us to take action on it, but
because if it was a concept approval as an action item, I'd make a motion to do so, but I'd like to talk about it.
Oh, of course, please.
So I'll move that this become a board consensus on an action item for some future official agenda, because this isn't the time and place when...
Exactly.
Well, it's going to be voted on tonight.
So I make a motion that be placed on the agenda for approval.
Okay. It's been moved to be placed on the board for future. Second, okay.
Now I'd like to speak to some of the issues that I heard, because I think they'll come up anyway. You covered it, but I don't know that I'm convinced that... I've learned in the past that whenever you do technology, that there's a high cost of implementation that is not wrapped around the hardware or software, and that training is usually at least equal to the cost of the hardware or software. And of course, you're not including any personnel in this, so I can understand that. But I see it placing a personnel impact on the district in the future, certainly. Staff development, you mentioned, you don't do staff development for free. You might have a few, I'll call it early adopters, who are the folks at the schools that do it, but I can remember when we put in laboratories way back in my past, where we put in whole classroom laboratories of computers where they sat, because the teacher that got them didn't have the background to use them. So the question here is, should we do this, as we're going to do it all the third grades, let's say, for example, and you walk into a third grade, what assurance would any board member or any community member have that third grade teacher would be using that within the first 90 days? That for me is a test. So then the question would be, and I basically do not want to not do this, but I think I need to have some kind of a way that I could see that these people could start using it pretty quickly, getting it up and running, starting to use the board, and get it to operate is very important, because if they sit there, you have attrition with the equipment, you have problems of operation, you have people saying you wasted your money, all kinds of stuff like that. So I think while I am definitely in favor of this as an application of Prop S, I see implications on the district's staff development, and I think we got to figure out some way where, more than an attaboy, that we get staff to become qualified in a way that incents them to learn the stuff on their own. Let's say, for example, we have stipends for counselors here now. This is not anywhere near the amount of cost of their training, but nevertheless they get stipends for being qualified to do their work. I think we ought to maybe consider that seriously here. As a teacher has this equipment in their classroom, then they ought to get some rewards for being qualified. Sure, we ought to provide the training, but they might want to come to it to get the qualification, so they know that it'll last. And that's a cheaper way, actually, to do staff development than to pay everybody to go and not get any qualifications out of it at all. So, at least we ought to have some ideas about how to go about the staff development. And I do appreciate the idea of having multiple pathway ideas for kids to participate in the network skills and the use of maintaining it all. But, I can't see it being, I'll call it, after the warranty runs out, what happens? You're still going to have operational costs. We need to ask those questions and get at least placeholder money in the budgets for that as we move on.
And I would say to you, we've actually been looking at this since last August, and as you're well aware, with the budget crisis, where we have to look at the federal funds that we currently get to be able to do professional development with Title II, Title I, and because of the fact that we're a school system going into program improvement, we're required to set aside a certain amount of professional development dollars that have to be spent across the entire district, just not Title I. Darrell and I have talked about this, and we're going to be very focused in terms of what we do with professional development. In many cases, we've been helter-skelter, and that's not how you actually have an impact. So we've been working on that process. We have some dollars that we'll be able to use to bring teachers in to actually do the training, or we will do the training on their sites, and we're going to train enough people, not bring in consultants, we will train enough people to go out and actually do that training ourselves. So we've looked at the plan.
So categorical dollars would be the kind of support you'd expect
it would have
to provide, and those will be insulated from major budget cuts.
Categorical dollars are the only thing we're going to have to work with.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to raise that question because I think it's really key to the success of how we roll it out.
It's essential.
Okay, Ms. Nakamura, please.
Yeah, when we were campaigning for Proposition S very early on, I said that we had to keep two ideas in our head at the same time. We had huge budget reductions that we were facing back then, and at the same time we're pushing forward. So I can't tell you how much pleasure it gives me to see this pushing forward, particularly in technology, which was an area, Proposition S highlighted. You did address the teacher training, and I think you've gotten that message, but, Darrell, I think that you've already internalized that message yourself long before we ever met you. You understand the importance of that. Okay, and here's a personal question. When are we upgrading to 2007 Microsoft? Because I have it at home, and it's driving me nuts that we don't.
We're working on some licensing with Microsoft right now, some agreements that we'll bring forward in the June meeting that should allow us to upgrade.
Great.
But our hardware limitation will be our biggest problem in our classrooms.
Okay.
In our schools.
All right. But we could have that on the main server.
We could get it on the main server.
Okay. Just this is. Could we get the carts in a better color than Borg? Gray.
I'll certainly ask.
Okay. And then, just for all of you science fiction Star Trek people, you'll have to go watch the Borg episode to know what I mean. Are we talking about putting broadband in the home for every student as you did in Lemon Grove? Is that the concept that you're hoping to achieve?
So I think right now we're trying to look at this at the three choice schools, which are Millennial Tech, Innovations, and Memorial Prep. This is a huge undertaking.
But ultimately?
Ultimately, we need to find ways to ensure that every student has access.
Okay.
Whether it may not be broadband, it may be internet connectivity. That's what we're looking at piloting next year in those three schools, and we're working with our providers to try to get the least expensive way to do that. Because until you do that, a lot of our children are going to be at a huge disadvantage, as
That's
you know.
True. Having listened to the superintendent of New Orleans in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, I want to encourage you, really do protect our data systems. His description of everything being up on the fourth floor and it almost being underwater, at any rate, we don't want to go there. And I'm concerned about us going out to another state, but earthquake safe, I guess, is what we have to worry about here. Multiple pathways. I'm just worried about hacking into, students hacking into the system. They need to be sort of segregated, so I want to put that out there.
Yep.
Obviously, the information that we're dealing with is very sensitive. So that's just a point. I want to put that out there. Again, I think you noted the making improvements for adjustments to a technology. I was a little bit concerned as I looked out over those 5 years that nothing's going to be happening in some of our high schools until 2013. That means those high schools are going to be, when we go out for another bond measure, probably cutting edge. I mean, 5 years is huge in technology. I really want to support the concept of doing it by department. I think that students in math and science in particular would really benefit from these advances in technology and the ability to visually interpret the information in the presentation for them in a way that they can capture concepts that were more abstract for them before, and that's obviously what we've seen demonstrated with these Promethean whiteboards. I just want to express my support for going out department by department. I think that's a very wise plan, and it's equitable as well across the district. And I would just like to, as someone who's spouse works in the university system, your reference to being at university level, I just want to say ha, because trust me, the universities are not there. University professors would love to have Promethean whiteboards and to have all of these different accoutrements that we're offering our students. We are way ahead of the universities if we're on a classroom by classroom basis, so congratulations.
Dr. Evans, please.
Yes, well, as Mr. DeBeck was saying about the training being important, and I appreciate the feedback you were getting from the classroom teachers and so forth, because I think the training and the attitude is certainly as important or more important than even the hardware that we have. I know that in one district, talked with the superintendent, where they gave the technology to a small percentage of the teachers who were most interested, and in the process got all the other teachers jealous of what they had because they actually saw how it worked, as opposed to all being rolled out all at once. I guess the key thing I'm thinking of in terms of the buy-in from all of the staff is just what we could be doing here, is if we are approving the concept that this would all be put out to everybody, so that every third grade teacher, every sixth grade teacher, and so forth in the district would be able to comment on this, so it's not just a limited number of people who happen to talk to you, but everybody could kind of see it. And I just think that would make it's a good step between now and when the actual final approval on the details. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so just building on what Dr. Evans said, I think we also want to be very clear and aware of the process of working with SDEA on this issue. I think this is an opportunity for us on the front end, reach out and do something collaboratively. Let's not paint ourselves into the corner yet again on an issue that should be a win-win, that we turn into something that's we've got people fighting against the concept of training. So I think that's important. I think that the questions that Mr. DeBeck were raising were exactly my questions. I mean, this is incredibly exciting stuff, and we want to do it. I think we need to be very clear with everybody, that in a situation that we're entering into with our budget cuts, where we're really talking about a year, on maybe more than a year of survival at the school site level, that on the one hand we're not saying, we've got to survive with higher class sizes, for instance, and fewer, assistant principals and fewer counselors and everything else. And on the other hand, we're putting in, the sort of whiz-bang new technology, that we have to be clear that, again, the big problem that our district has in all of this is certain categories of money can be used for certain things. This is exciting, and it's exciting use of Prop S dollars and exciting use of state school facilities funds as a bridge. But we're not making a decision here that we're moving forward, on implementing this technology in the classroom at the expense of some of the cuts that we're needing to make. So I think that's important. But I think making sure that we approach this in the right way with SDEA on the front end is really critical.
I want to thank you for this presentation, and I want to echo a couple of things that's been said already. But the most important thing here is the working together across departments. I'm glad to know that you and Deputy Superintendent and the staffs have come together to find a way to make things work versus one person coming forth with a program and other people trying to get on board with it. And I do agree that we have to talk with our staff, not just SDEA, that is all the staff has to be involved. But I also want to make it very clear that if we're going to be a district that is moving forward, we are going to have to ask people to work with us to move forward and not just say we have to stay the same as we are, especially given this economic times. We know that technology can actually help us out a lot during this particular time because we can maybe get more done, more brought into the classroom. Talk about, VAPA leaving. Here's a way to bring in a person, to teach music right there in the classroom, via the internet, to have that lessons. And so those types of things have to be explained as well as how this can help us, in this time. I do like the 5-year plan. My question was that what is the maintenance cost each year? What we don't want to do is we don't want to implement the grades and then we're implementing each year, but we're not updating each year. And so I do believe that at some, and maybe it's in here somewhere, that we have to have a maintenance cost because we don't want the third grade to get implemented in 09 but not be updated in 10 and not be updated in 11 so that those students that are learning are not, getting lost in the shuffle.
And what's exciting about this program is, if you heard Daryl say, is the updates and the upgrades can be at the central district level because this is going to be hooked to our server. It's going to be web-based, particularly software is what we're talking about.
But I also meant computer-wise, too, because if we, allocate so many computers per classroom, like 24 computers per classroom, and it's like replacing textbooks, the replacement of these, what is the replacement cost each year to ensure that we do stay updated because we do not want to, put in, 25 computers in the classroom, and then by the end of year 5 we're down to 19. That type of thing. And I know from a classroom experience that my computer broke down and we had to call the IT department. They may not have been there for weeks. So now I'm running. Well, I know times have changed. Okay, but certainly it was very. It was okay. I like that because it was very frustrating. You have your bank and your bank is set up and your students rotating a certain number of students, and then you got to change it because all of a sudden you're down one, then you're down two, and then they kept saying, well, you can't do it, you got to let IT do it, and it became very, very frustrating. So I hope that we have a good replacement and training program in place to ensure that everybody is able to work together. Since the motion that was made was that this be agendized at a future date, and we know how critical this is to you, I would ask that you put it on the agenda as quickly as possible so that we can move forward. The vote that would be this morning is just a consensus type of, not even a vote, but a consensus of saying that we do support this, the idea, the plan that you have, here, we do support it, but it's not actually approving all the expenditures because it wasn't an action item this morning.
Right. If I could because I think this is terribly important for the audience that is perhaps listening or watching this. If it wouldn't be inappropriate, I was going to ask where the online version of this presentation is, and it's embedded in the budget development. If we could call that out on board docs under a separate heading so that people can find it more readily. Under A03 or whatever. I think that would be very helpful because right now it's embedded into the budget development on board docs. But if anybody wants to see this presentation and maybe look at it more closely, it's embedded there now. But I suggest that we make a separate, pull it out when we put this particular agenda to bed.
God bless it.
Okay. Thank you, Ms.
Technology in action.
Okay. If there's no more comments, then let's vote on this item, please.
Okay.
Okay.
There you
If you've been agendized, you'd have had a 5-0 vote.
There you go.
How about
Yeah.
that?
See?
Okay. What I'd like to do, I think this was, our budget time this morning was from 8:30 to noonish, and we have a few more items that we would like to look at. Again, Superintendent, you want to take action this morning, and I'm not quite sure how we agendize this meeting as far as taking actions, but let's start with item number 60, and you can we can go down those items, and we can give you some feedback on those items.
Thank you, President Jackson. And if I might just take one quick liberty. Phil Stover has been in the district for a while now working with us on our budget reductions, and he's sat quietly and very patiently through several of these meetings, and I'd like to just take a quick minute to recognize him and thank him for his hard work and working with all of us, and just see if he might have a few comments he would like to make. Doesn't have to, but if he'd like to, I'd like to ask him, invite him to before we get into this list. Won't take but a minute.
Thank you very much. I never will fail to take opportunity to say a few words, I guess. I've been working with you now for quite a while on this process, and just three things I think I would like to emphasize to you all. Number one, I think the non-school site reductions, and I didn't call it central office because that's too confusing. The non-school site reductions are done, I think. I don't think there's much more there that you can go. When you're a principal and you're under pressure to have student achievement gains, sometimes those achievement gains are your worst enemy towards continued success as a principal, because the more gains you achieve, the more incremental the gains that are opportunity for gains that are still there. And I think we're at the point in reduction of dollars of only seeing incremental gains from this point on. Tremendous work that the staff has done, and I'm not sure there's tremendous opportunity there left, and I wanted you to hear that from me, I guess. Number two, a very important point here, I think the staff will not and cannot provide you total clarity in this process. You are going to have to make decisions in the presence of ambiguity, and that will probably drive you nuts. But I don't think there's much choice to that. As an old psychology professor, when you're a beginning psychology professor at a college, they make you teach tests and measurements because no one else wants to teach that has any tenure on the staff. And one of the hardest things to teach is the difference between the reliability of numbers and the validity of numbers. I think you're at an increasing point here where your numbers have validity. I would not have said that to you 4 or 5 months ago, but I think the numbers in front of you are valid. The frustration is they're not reliable. And the reason they're not reliable because they will change over time. So I'm here to say I think you're at the point where you can trust the numbers that you see on there to be numbers reflecting what they're indicating. However, over time, they're going to change. As soon as you make a decision, they will change again. And I don't think there's a thing the staff can do about that. You're going to have to deal with ambiguity. Number three, and last, there is no anesthesia. I think for this surgery. Early this year, the staff started out making cuts with a scalpel. In January, we took out a big knife. And in May now, we've got the machete. And I think that as the most intensive budget examination and reduction process that I've ever been involved in my 30 years of doing this, I think that the changes are significant. If you've watched line 46 and 47 on your document there, they have increased almost daily. It says that you approved those March 10th. Well, you approved basic changes and reductions March 10th, but they have been increasing almost certainly weekly, almost daily. I'm trying to think of an appropriate metaphor, and I have failed to come up with an appropriate metaphor for you right now, in the sense of I believe the staff is almost at the point now of passing the ball to you, but it's not passing the ball in the sense of it takes 2 seconds to get you the ball. so that's not a real good metaphor. I'm not sure what is, but I think that staff has done tremendous work, and I think, not that they're done, because they have to continue to refine and develop, but I think now more and more the ball's going to be in your court to make these decisions, and I think you're going to have to do that in the presence of some ambiguity, and we certainly will be here to support you in that effort as you go forward quickly to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. And with that, we're going to jump right into line 20. Item 20 shows a $21,700,000 budget reduction. And
line 60.
Excuse me, line 60. Line 46 through 59, you've already approved in some fashion. I know the numbers have continued to get better as we've continued to scrub up and eliminate positions in line 46, and SERP savings as we've had more people take the SERP have changed. The others pretty close to what you've looked at in the past. But line number 60 is basically where you've heard some earlier discussion about flexibility. And these are TIG reductions as a result of the staff being able to make categorical adjustments to our TIG. And Tier 2, Tier 3 is just Tier 2, Tier 3 flexibility. And if you want to know specifically where those dollars come from, William and James can tell you.
Terry, they also reflect the fact that the state has come back and cut us in 08, 09, 9, 10, so the $21 million really accounts for about the 20% cut that they said you're going to take it. There's no question about that.
Yeah, so I'd appreciate if you could put into English what this means for our classrooms when we cut this.
I think I don't think we have do we have the detailed background, Debbie, of all the puts and takes here with us or not?
No, I think so.
But do we have that? Okay. Terry, Dr. Gear and Board, I don't have the detailed background of the $21 million in my pocket right now, but we can get that to you.
How about like the top big three?
But this is basically, if I'm not mistaken, it's when the state came in and said, we are cutting your TIG funds to schools by 20%. And I see Chuck just walking in. Chuck, the TIG, Tier 2, Tier 3 reductions that we have on here on line 60, do you recall the major categories that came out of when we made the reductions at the school level?
Actually, that's the 20% reduction that we received, and almost all of that was the TIG dollars that had previously gone to the schools. We had reduced the magnet funding, and then we basically said to the folks that handle those funds,
I remember where this came from. I remember where this came from too. Ms. Nakamura, this good part of this money, almost all of this money, had been used by principals before to fully staff their schools.
That's correct.
And so that's one of the reasons we had to go back and put the allocation in to fully staffed schools, because this is where they lost the bulk of those dollars. That's where this $21.7 million, they were using this to staff their schools.
Is gifted and talented and seminar?
No.
Actually, they didn't. They weren't affected by this. We have cut their budget by a small amount, but not the full 20%.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
The next area is on line 61, special education staff reductions, 53.4 positions, and Arun Ramanathan's here, and he's going to give you a quick update on those positions. A good number of those were one-on-one assistants, but Arun?
Yes, the majority of those positions were one-on-one assistants, both SETs and SEAs. There were also some certificated positions in there. Some of those are assigned, all of these positions are assigned to schools.
I don't understand. I'm sorry, you need to speak a little bit louder, but it's hard for me to understand how we could cut one-to-one an assistant to someone that's on special ed. And I mean, we just finished, and I'm sure that over the last year, if you look, Superintendent, you will see that our number of suits that we had from special ed has dropped the last couple of years. We had a high number because we were not adhering to special ed as closely as we should have. And so now, if I hear you correctly, you're saying these cuts are some of our one-on-one providers, and I'm not sure if what the board is really interested in. We're saying we want you to trim things, but don't trim things that are going to make us end back up in court paying extra money for lawsuits because the people aren't getting the care that they need.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, what we did was we took a look at the budget. We also took a look at where our student counts are this year in comparison, or for the coming year in comparison to this year. Actually, we've had a decline in our student population in special education this year. As a result of that decline, what we did was we looked at articulation. We took our own numbers and projected them forward into next year. And we believe that we made reasonable cuts that are in line with the reductions in the numbers of students that we'll see next year. We still have a pool of central office paraprofessionals that are assigned out to schools when those needs arise. All of these positions are in that category and are largely filled by hourly staff. So we do believe that we have the flexibility next year to address any increased needs that may arise, but also looking at our declining numbers, we believe that we can absorb these cuts effectively into the system without raising any compliance issues.
Mr. DeBack.
So you're saying that you said 51? All right. Was that the number?
35 FTE, sir.
All right. You're saying that that you can say that there are 35 less kids that need one-on-one instruction according to their IEPs next year.
I think we can take a look. Part of these folks are assigned...
No, just answer that question.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily know if that's exactly true, but what I do know is that many of these folks were assigned as extra support to schools in general and are filled by hourly staff.
Well, that's maybe well be, but my point is this, that if you're going to reduce the one-on-one support that's called for in an IEP, then if you had central office people that were to support the one-on-one concept, then what they were used for is to fill in for absentees or lost time for people who were got services that were expected. All right? So now then, let's say you pick the kids, I don't care, it's your numbers. But the point is, I don't care if your general special ed enrollment declines, but if you're taking out the one-on-one people that are called for in an IEP, and you can't show me a decline in the number of those people, then I'm not sure that I could support your idea how to save money, because what you're going to end up having to do is either hire extra people for extra work or give overtime or whatever, or put in people that are not qualified to provide these services for these kids, and you're going to end up with a lot of complaints, a lot of compliance issues, which President Jackson mentioned. See, if you told me that I'm going to reduce my budget because I have duplicated services, and I have covered that with the idea of there are so many people. If you've got 35, let's say getting 35 full-time people means you're going to have 45 to allow for part-time or replacement for substituting. You know, it's not good planning to just say I'm going to cut positions because they're central office when they're central office fill-ins for people that are supposed to be there to support kids with their IEPs. So
yes,
and that's why I asked you the direct question. Can you tell me that there are 35 less kids that need one-on-one instruction next year? And if you can't, then how'd you ever come up with that number?
Yes, sir. I think a couple of things. First of all, we go through a process for the assignment of additional one-to-one paraprofessional support. And this year, in comparison to last year, that number is considerably down. I think the second thing that we took a look at, and this is when we looked at classroom by classroom, we have a lot of classrooms where the adult-to-student ratio is 1-to-1. And we believe that we have classrooms where that's the case, where we can reduce the amount of support in them in the coming year. We also have a situation, and this is, I think the naming of this as a 1-to-1 cut was possibly inaccurate. What we have is we have positions where at the central office where we assign out based on need that are not, that some of them could be 1-to-1, but a lot of them are filled by hourly staff. So we have openings in that area. We also have openings that are resulting from the SERP. So we took a look again at our student numbers. We looked at where we've assigned people, and we believe that we can make these cuts reasonably without impacting the level of services on a sizable level. Last year, there were 150 FTE in cuts, in this same category, much of those cuts came from the same area. This year, we believe, again, the numbers are reducing, so we can make this reasonable level of cut without impacting our services or getting into compliance issues.
You know what? I'm sorry, Mr. I have a hard time. I listened to Lincoln people last year, all year long. You go to that community, they will tell you all year long they could not get their special ed services because we went back to this neighborhood model. Okay, so I have a hard time. I'm looking at this, and my question is, how much is personnel and how much is supplies? Up here on this line, you have 53.425 FTEs. I have a very difficult time, and again, I go back to a couple of years ago, and I understand the financial crisis that we're in. But we don't make that better by not providing special ed services. And for the last few years, the amount of suits that have gone to our legal department or complaints because there are kids who are not getting the services, we are just now getting a handle on that. I'm not ready to turn around and say we're going to take these positions and you say we're going to save $2.6 million and we end up having to pay $3 million in legal fees because we're settling out of court because people can't get their services. And maybe I'm not hearing, and maybe John asked a question and I'm not hearing, and maybe you're right, it's not one-on-one, but it's some kind of hourly thing that you got going on here. But I'm very concerned because I know how much we spent for the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, we had a ton of special ed. I mean, almost everybody with my phone calls that came in, complaints, was around special ed. And we just now got that resolved. And I don't want it to turn around and go opposite direction.
Yes, ma'am.
I wasn't fairly through, but I just was using the money. You take 52, I'm going to round it off, 52 full-time equivalents, and then you're saving $2.6 million. That's $50,000 per full-time equivalent. That may be the cost of an individual, I'll call it one-on-one aide, or an aide in a classroom who serves one-on-one more than one kid. That doesn't mean it's 100% one-on-one, but it means it's there to provide the services as needed on a one-to-one basis. I understand all that flexibility stuff. But the point is that if you take away 52 people providing individualized services to one kid or a bunch of kids, you're going to have a reduction in services provided to special ed kids that's called for under their IEP.
Yes,
now,
sir.
if you can excuse that, and you say, okay, well, this is my estimate, then that's fine. Let's say I approve this, and then next year I find that you're over budget by $2.6 million in special ed services, then I guess I'll have to hold you accountable for that, because that's what you told me today. So the issue really is, are these paper savings or real savings? And I guess the final analysis of these, all of these, every one of these, will be the people that brought us the savings. I guess we're all going to have to be, I'll be around, I know they will, we'll all have to say, well, then these guys told us these were going to be the savings, but they didn't turn out that way. So who the heck's going to be held accountable? Us or you?
Can I jump in here for a minute?
Sure, please.
Come on in.
And John, you're right. We think that these are estimates based on everything and our best work in terms of what we believe are going to be the cuts. And I may be wrong about this, but in terms of listening to Arun and working with him, I'm going to get in trouble for saying this. Our special education budget has grown substantially every single year. And I think what we're talking about and what Arun's talking about, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, is we've actually are going to make sure that every student that needs a one-on-one according to their IEP is going to get that. That's the law. We don't have any options about that. I think what we're talking about with these particular positions is we've had this large pool of people in central office that in some ways haven't been assigned to those kids except on an as-needed basis. And I can assure you, and I know Arun will assure you, that any student that needs a one-on-one is going to get a one-on-one on that IEP. But I think what we're reducing is that pool that kind of sits there on an as-needed basis. And
then call them substitutes. That's, you know what, I wouldn't have a problem saying substitutes.
I think that's what
but you know, I didn't hear that.
Yes,
I didn't hear that in the presentation. I heard these were one-on-one people,
Exactly.
and that's exactly what Sheila heard too. Excuse me, but the president heard too. And so, if you say that, it's pretty obvious that what you mean is there's people that are not going to give services to kids. Okay, and if they're substitutes, then let me put it this way: there's going to be a whole bunch of people that don't have substitutes for one-on-one services, just the same.
At the piece of this, just for boards, just to remind everyone, we are receiving about $6.25 million in additional money from the federal government. These are local dollars we're talking about here. These are local bucks. And if this is a concern, might I suggest that we ask Arun to take the $6.25 million and set $2.5 million aside, hold on to it, and let's move forward with the rest of this if we can. We got a lot of other things here to discuss, and I want to answer all your questions, but that $6.25 million, quite frankly, folks, there's more than enough additional federal dollars to make sure that we have substitutes where we need, and we just want to be a little clear. We'll try to be a little clear about what we're talking about here, because we agree with you. We don't want to get sued, but more important than that, we want to provide the services our children need. And I promise you, we're going to do all we can to do both of those things.
Let me just add one
example of supplanting.
Let me just add one more thing here. Because we had that scenario of me saying, okay, if we got, it's $495 for, then how much is the encroachment on special ed? At that time, I said, well, let's put $80 million up here on the board. And I was told that the encroachment next year was going to be close to $100 million. Okay? Do you remember that conversation? You don't remember that conversation?
No, but the encroachment next year is $75 million. That's
the impact on general funds. We don't want to use that nasty
right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. But see now that's fine, because initially when I asked that question, when I was trying to do my mathematics thing, I was told that the actual amount was going to increase, which is kind of hard for me to understand. If that was going to increase, and now you're saying you had the savings plus the money that was coming from the stimulus, it didn't make sense to me. And so that's how board members, I can say all of them, but that's how this board member got confused, okay? Because I couldn't understand how we say, the initial amount that we was going to, as a general fund, went from 80 to 100, and now we're trying to save $2 million, and now it's gone back to 75. It's...
Can I?
So the overall, if I could just quickly respond, the overall budget for next year will be about $250 million. That's not including the cuts that we made recently. We're making the cuts based, again, on a reflection, having taken a look at three factors: our student enrollment for this year, moving forward to our student enrollment for next year. The kinds of services that we've had, whether we've seen any duplication, whether student-to-staff ratios are particularly high in certain classrooms. We also made a series of central office cuts, and we also looked at who we didn't need to refill as a result of the SERP. Overall, Mr. DeBeck, you are right. If I come back to you next year with additional costs, that accountability falls on me. But we made these cuts with the full belief that we can move forward next year and not suffer any compliance issues or service level issues. Not to say these are not going to hurt, that there's no level of extra support we may not be providing, but we will be maintaining our compliance under federal and state law and following student IEPs.
Kamar, please.
Yeah, we've got 23 other items on this list that I care a whole lot about. I feel like we're at a food court, and we've stopped at the first little stand here, and we've got a whole other. Yeah, I know exactly, and we've got 23 other items, some of which I care more about than this, and some of which I care a whole lot less about than this. We've got two board members that have expressed concern. I'd like to express concern that I'd like to follow Dr. Ramanathan's. I know he's worked very hard, but I'd like to follow Dr. Ramanathan's recommendation in this area and proceed with these, given particularly his very capable defense of how he made this decision.
Could, if I might, President Jackson, could I go through at least down through number 68 or 267 and go through these and then let you ask questions after I do, just trying to get through some more of these?
And what I would like to do, because it is approaching the noon time, is that the board has another meeting scheduled for June 2nd that has been scheduled as a no, I mean before that, the day we have a meeting. What is it? Governance. Thank you. And could we make sure that we plan to maybe change that from a governance meeting to a budget meeting? If that's okay with the other board members as well.
Sure.
Yeah, I think we should plan on going all day.
Because I think that some of the items, and I think on that particular one, we need to make sure it's an action that's listed for actions, because it's not necessarily actions listed today, but that we list that one for actions. And so what I would ask is that you go ahead and proceed with the items you want to give us for information, that we have those, we can take action on those items next meeting.
Thank you. The next item, number 62, is a GATE program staff reduction. We currently at the central level have 3 individuals that handle our GATE program. This would be reducing that number from 3 to 2. Number 63 is eliminate ninth grade class size reductions. We currently have 20 to 1 in ninth grade language arts. That was something we did last year when we had laid teachers off, brought teachers back. We had found that we had those 47 additional teachers that we had nowhere to assign. So we looked at either decreasing class size in the ninth grade or put them in the middle schools, and we ended up with them there. We do have positions, if you can look at your chart, to place those folks. There's 119 vacancies at the secondary level right now, so all those positions will be taken care of. Number 64 is to eliminate the K2 class size reductions from 15 to 1 in 29 of our elementary schools. This does include the prep time teachers. There's 101 of those positions. Again, we do have space to put those positions, to relocate those teachers. Eliminate 8 world language teachers.
Just a second before you move on, please, for number 64.
Yes.
The 15 to 1 class size, I understand that, but because you have includes prep time, so you're saying at those 29 schools, you're going to limit their elementary prep time at those 29 schools?
Now, I'll do this. Chuck had explained this to me too, but when you have smaller classes, you have more of them. So when you have more of them, you have to have more prep time teachers to get their planning time in. So when that class size goes back up, you will need a handful of fewer prep time teachers. And that's how that kind of adjusts up and down based on class size.
Very good.
Yes, ma'am. The next is eliminate 8 world language teachers. We have 2 schools that have 4 foreign language teachers each at the elementary level, which were allocated to them years ago. They're the only schools that have that. We're recommending removing those. We do have places for those teachers to go as a result of our SERP. The next is to increase GATE seminar teacher program ratios from 23 to 1 to 24 to 1.
25 to 1.
Excuse me, 23 to 1 to 25 to 1. There's 4 FTEs. Again, we have vacant positions for those teachers to feed into. Next is increase class size K3 from 20 to 24. That is 316 FTE teachers and 24 FTE planning time teachers. Again, we do have positions for all of those teachers to fit into in kindergarten through 3rd grade and our planning time teachers. 68 is the closure of 7 small elementary schools. And this time, if I might, I have Bill Coble who would like to come up, and we would like to talk about, if we close those schools, what some possibilities of their future use, what they might be for, and how we have anticipated the kind of savings we're talking about. Bill.
I'm sorry, Sheila, can I?
Yes.
Just before we get to the small school closure, I just want to have a little bit of a conversation about the increase in class size.
Yes.
So, and I know this is an issue that you and I, Terry, have talked a lot about. We're getting additional federal money, additional Title I money, coming in next year. First of all, we as a board, I mean, I know that there's conversations going on now in some of the high school clusters, but we as a board have not had a conversation about the allocation of that money. So in other words,
correct.
Right. So in other words, the way that we currently allocate Title I money is based on, a percentage of free and reduced lunch kids in a school. I think we need to have a conversation about how we intend to allocate the additional Title I dollars, number one. Number two, then, the question is, can any of that additional Title I money be used in any way to offset these class size increases that we're talking about now in the schools that would be eligible to receive the additional Title I?
What we have been told is that, of course, as you well know, we've got several types of federal dollars that come in.
Right.
The first type is our stabilization dollars, which are to be spent, if possible, to keep you from having to lay off teachers. And that's our $26 million that you've seen plugged in. We've got the special education dollars you've heard us talked about. Then we have about $17 million that have come in what is referred to as stimulus dollars. Those dollars are designed to improve test scores. They're designed for innovative and creative type programs. How you spend those dollars as a district will have a huge impact on whether or not we qualify for any of what Secretary Duncan's calling race to the top dollars. Could you spend those dollars, for example, to maintain some of your 15-to-1 class sizes if you wanted? That's been asked of me by teachers in those schools. I suppose you could, and that would be considered perhaps innovative and creative, because that's a different approach. We're doing a pilot around it. Had planned to do a study on it. Could you spend those dollars to keep class sizes from going to 20 to 24? I'll check and see. I don't fully understand how that would be considered innovative or creative. There's no research that I'm aware of on class size that will tell you having class sizes of 24 will increase student academic performance any more than 20. And I'll tell you, you'll have teachers that'll come up and hand you, look at our test scores now compared to when it was at 24. I can tell you the national research studies do not support that. If you want class size to have an impact, it needs to be somewhere on the average of 15 to 17 students per child, and it needs to be in kindergarten, first and second grade. One of the things that California saw when it implemented this class size statewide is it didn't make any difference statewide in California on student performance. Well, anybody that knew much about the ongoing research would have said, we could have told you that, Governor, before you wanted to implement it. It's easier to manage teachers, classes that have smaller class sizes, 20 versus 24, but in terms of it improving academic performance, there's no research that will support that. Now, that's what we've been told that we are supposed to spend that $17 million for, is to impact the 5% of our lowest performing schools. So I can tell you we definitely are not supposed to spend it district-wide, and it is supposed to be focused on those lowest 5% of the lowest performing schools. So if you said to me, Mr. Superintendent, what would you recommend if we wanted to lower class size and we want to take that $17 million to help us do it? I would say to you, if that's what you want to do, the research studies are clear that having 15 to 1, 17 to 1 in K2, K3 will get you some academic gains. Lowering it from 24 to 20 to 1 will not.
So I guess my reaction to, and I appreciate that, my reaction is that, again, first we need to have a discussion about which schools are going to get allocated, the additional Title I, and if it's the bottom 5% or schools that are a certain percentage above free and reduced lunch, whatever that decision is, the board, we need to have it. But, I was out at Central Elementary last week, and Central Elementary, through a combination, they've got the 15 to 1 right now, but through a combination of losing the 15 to 1, going then from basically 15 to 24 in K through 2, 20 to 24 K through 3, and this additional issue that they right now are being told that they cannot continue to reduce their 4th and 5th grade class size, which they've brought down to 22 to 1 from 32 to 1. The combination of all those class size increases is that they've got a staff now of 43 teachers, and they're going to go down to a staff of 29 teachers. And the principal, who's been there a number of years, said the one thing that, they could absorb any of these other cuts, but the one thing that they need to continue to make progress is to keep those 43 teachers, because those are teachers that there's been a lot of professional development time invested in. Those are teachers that, really now for the first time, there's a commitment that those teachers want to stay at Central, so they're not anticipating the kind of turnover that they've had, before. So they've got a staff that's come together, that there's a lot of professional development been invested in, that wants to be at that school, that they've got a strategy that they're clear about moving forward. And they're saying that, but if we lose 14, if we lose a third of our teachers, you're going to decimate our strategy to make gains in student achievement. I'm much more interested in listening to school by school. What is it that you would prioritize the use of additional money, including the additional stimulus money? That's, to me, a more important conversation to have than to sort of read the tea leaves about what Arne Duncan wants to see and would consider innovation, because if we don't do that, then we're not going to potentially get, more money down the road. And I'm not being dismissive of, us wanting to put in strong applications for additional stimulus money. But we're talking about a situation right now where I think more than any time before, we've got to listen to the schools and say, okay, if we're going to need to absorb these cuts as a result of the state budget crisis, that if we get additional federal stimulus money that can help us, this is the way that we got to use that money, unless the federal government says to us, absolutely not, can't do it, it's against the rules, you're going to lose your money if you do that. That's the conversation I think that we need to be having. It's respecting what the schools will point at, and we should push and say, where's your research, where's your data? But if the schools can come back and say, this is the strategy that we're convinced is going to work, and we've got data to back it up, then I think my opinion is our responsibility is to help them figure out how to use that additional federal money, if they're one of the schools that can qualify for it, to pursue the strategy that they think is most effective.
And promise you we can do that, and I don't have any real objection to that, as you know. The dilemma that we have is that I can talk to 90 elementary schools and have talked to a lot of the principals one-on-one, very quietly, talked to them as a group many, many times. There's not a one of them that can't make that same argument. Not one.
Right.
And the problem that you have is to get at the kind of cuts that we're talking about, it is going to impact raising class sizes. And I think you all know how passionate I am about small schools, how passionate I am about 15 to 1, how passionate I am about what works.
Right.
Now, I'll tell you and I'll tell them, 20 to 24 is not going to raise student test scores. Lower class sizes will. And we can do that, and we'll be glad to do it. One of the dilemmas that we have, of course, as you look all the way going down through here, is going at it school by school by school by school is very difficult for you to do. It's very difficult for us to do, because if you make that same argument you just made, any one of those 30 elementary schools can say, don't do that. Don't do this, don't do that. And we're still willing to have that conversation, is what you're hearing me to say. This is hard work. And it's
and again, I'm not talking about the state budget cuts. I'm talking about additional dollars that would be coming in from the federal stimulus. And the way that we allocate that money right now is we make a decision with existing Title I funds. We make a decision which schools are eligible. Those schools develop a plan, submit a plan, and that's how that money's spent. So,
and I think the key to us is, quite frankly, is you can look at taking that extra $17 million and spreading it out any way we want. Chuck reminded me again last week, it's not $17 million. They cut $3.5 million, so at the end of the day, it really won't be 17. It'll be more like 13.5. And so as we look at how to do that, we have a variety of different ways that we can spread that money out. I will go back and get us a written document for them about what's required and what we want to do with those dollars. At the end of the day, what I can tell you is I don't know the answer about Arnie Duncan and the race to the top. I do know him. I know him reasonably well. I do know his reputation reasonably well. And I do believe that those dollars are discretionary. I do believe there could be, for a district our size, another $15 to $30 million that we're going to have to compete for. And I also believe that if we don't spend the money that we have in a way that's going to attack the bottom 5% of our lowest performing schools, we will have no chance of securing those kinds of grants, because those are discretionary. Those don't come from Congress. They don't come from the president. They are discretionary dollars that he has control over. I'm telling you basically what Ms. Jackson's heard, what Ms. Nakamura's heard, what Mr. DeBeck has heard, coming from the Council of Great City Schools, coming from Secretary Duncan himself. I'm not opposed to doing what you have just advocated for. Bill?
Good morning, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. Dr. Greer has asked if I would comment on line 68 on your 3-page budget strategy, and that's the closure of 7 small schools with a projected savings of $3.1 million. What I did was go back and review the Small Schools Committee work over several months that concluded with proposals to you in January, and assess what we could do in a very short time frame. And on this slide here, I tried to identify how we neck down to get to these 7 schools. Essentially, we went back and looked at declining enrollment over a 5-year period and how it stands out compared to a larger group of about 17 schools. We also considered how straightforward would be the exit strategies. And for me, that's how you would move the children from the school you're going to close and reconfigure to a nearby neighboring school, or 2 or 3, as the case may be. You have to make some very tough decisions. Overall, this is a very difficult choice to make for you all, and that is we make decisions or assumptions about not providing transportation, requiring the non-resident kids to go back to their resident neighborhoods, and moving the resident kids to the closest possible resident school. This particular slide depicts 7 schools that we would ask you to consider. Of the 7 schools, just so you're aware, 3 of them were on the original 6 small schools recommended by the Small Schools Committee. Now, those included Cadman, North Park, and Sequoia. A couple other schools that we did not bring forward from the Small Schools Committee included Barnard and Crown Point, which are evolving young magnet schools, and we felt that there were other trade-offs we could look at. But these are the 7 schools that are up for further review. To read across from left to right, to simply tell you what the capacities they were designed for, and then tell you what exactly is the ongoing 2008-9 enrollment, and of that enrollment, what are the resident populations. And as you go down that list, you will see that we range from a low of 52% full to 70% full. At least 30% under capacity is the point I would make here. There is nearby available capacity at other schools to support them, and in that column, identified student distribution plan. In fact, if you were to take all of the resident children at Adams, 244, they could actually be moved with the existing campuses at Normal Heights and Franklin. We do not factor in the non-resident students. We simply ask them to return to their resident neighborhoods. Yes, sir.
And if you, board members will see under actual operating cost savings, again, Bill can go over these numbers with you, but these costs are primarily people. This is a principal, the secretary, if the custodian, any other full-time, part-time, .2 guidance counselors, those kinds of positions. That's what most of that is. I think he has built into there some cost savings for utilities, but we've realized that the utilities would have to remain on in those schools because we would want to be able to functionally operate them. And what you will see from him, as a matter of fact, we are looking at suggesting some possible other optional uses for some of these schools versus closing them. But again, most of these operational savings come from the fact that you would save a principal, a secretary, a .2 guidance counselor, a custodial position, etc. for those schools.
Yes, sir. In fact, I had some formulas built on a spreadsheet I could share with you at your request. But it does bottom line to $3.1 million, assuming that they're total closures of the campus.
And all those personnel
Not all
savings
of them,
would be handled by the SERP?
Either by personnel savings would either be handled by SERP or other vacancies we currently have in the district.
The next slide, just to underscore that 5-year decline, I've tried to show you, and these are all presented in alphabetical order, so for sake of clarity and consistency from slide to slide, and you could see Adams at the top, a total overall drop in 5 years of 376, all the way down to Sequoia, a drop of 90 over the 5 years. Apologize if this is not too clear. Perhaps your hard copy would allow you a little bit better clarification. But what I try to depict here so that you could get a sense of geography, exactly where are these schools and how could they be exited or distributed for the kids, the resident kids. And so you will see a red dot for the school, for example, in the upper left for me is Cadman. And you could see its movement to a couple of schools, the lines drawn to them. And you could note that there are 2 up there in the Claremont area, and they spread further south and east and west. The next several slides were meant just to identify, as Dr. Greer mentioned earlier, what will we do with the facilities, and if and when and how much they would cost. And just, again, alphabetical order, Adams Elementary, this is a school south of the 8. It would help with the overcapacity, or I should say the capacity challenges we have at high school feeders such as Hoover and San Diego High, and this happens to be Hoover. We would use some of our state school facilities money as well as Prop S money to do some modifications. And from one high school reconfiguration to the next, they're very similar changes. You have to alter the restrooms, include some science labs, a changing room, some art and class. But you go forward, do that. The intent here would be to exit the children in the September time frame and spend the next year doing the modifications that are appropriate. And what I've done from some early analysis, every small school that you want to reconfigure is somewhere between $3 and $5 million, about a 23-month construction schedule. You can start some sooner than others. The large amount of 23-month consumed is typically in the design and review and approval by the Division of State Architect. Once you get those designs approved, you can move very quickly through construction.
And basically, if you were to do this with Adams, you would work with the student body and with students and their parents to talk about what type of multiple pathway theme that you would have in a school like Adams. And what this would do was give students who live south of the 8 the option to have space to attend school south of the 8 versus riding buses. I want to be clear about something. I don't personally believe that the savings when you move to renovate this into a small school will be as great as it would be if you just closed that school, because you're going to be putting a secretary back in there, a custodian back in there. Your savings would be on transportation going north of the 8. And so what would drive the amount of that savings would be where those students would live that would choose to attend Adams. I think it could be, the savings could be close to being as much as what you would save by eliminating the personnel. But after I met with transportation last week, they fully convinced me that it also could be a bit less. And we would not know that until you knew where each individual student lives. But what we're seeing, particularly south of the 8, you're seeing schools that have attendance zones of 5,000 students, and the school only has the capacity for 3,000 or 2,000. So large numbers of these children are getting up, having to get on buses early in the morning, and being transported to schools north of the 8 as a second and third option. Well, one of the things that we've looked at here is if we work with multiple pathways and create the kinds of exciting schools, for example, like a health careers or a green technology, this, we think, has potential to do 2 things. Number 1, stop kids from having to ride the bus so far in the morning. And number 2, offer smaller schools that kids are interested in and have an impact on our student attendance and on our dropout rate.
Just before I turn it over to Mr. Barrera, so if I go back to page, I think it is page 3, and you do have at the bottom total savings assumes complete campus closure. But if you're looking at doing something else with these campuses, then what is the actual savings? Because on our sheet here, you will have this $3.1 million. In actuality, it might not be that. So the question would be, are you saying this year it would give us that amount of money?
Yes.
Or, if we, okay.
Yes, it would this year. In the future years, it might be a little less depending on who would choose to attend there, where they would live, and the transportation costs. Because what we would be talking about is the savings this year. And because anytime you would close a school like this and open it back up for a second purpose, it's going to take a year or so to renovate bathrooms, to put in technology, to get it ready for older kids.
Mr. Barrera, please.
I'm sorry, just the same question, Terry. The 3 point, and in line item 68, the $3,129,000 figure is assuming that we do nothing with these schools?
It assumes that we don't put a principal, a counselor, a custodian. It assumes that we don't put a school support staff back in those buildings.
No kids.
1 year.
Nothing. It's closed.
It's closed now. Yes, it's closed. Now, what that means is that during that year, for example, you'll see a little bit later in Bill's presentation, we've looked at taking 2 of those schools and relocating our special education department to one, our human resources department to a second, which will give us much needed space here, get some of the file cabinets out of the halls, and let us have some more parking.
I think in terms of our ability to look at this option, I think we need to look first at the option of what's the total savings in these 7 schools if we do nothing at the school. So what's that number?
That's what you're looking at right there.
But I'm getting a little bit. If we do nothing with the school, we save 3.129. So we don't move HR into the school.
Right.
Okay. So then what we have to then look at is, now if we do any of these things that you're suggesting, or that to think about in the 9-10 year, what would be the additional costs? As a result of doing that.
Right, and that's what Bill will show you when we get to each one of the schools.
Yeah.
It's on your handout. And what it basically is costing us is it's costing us that money to upgrade the facility, to upgrade the fixtures in the restrooms, for example. Okay. Now, if that building sits there empty, and we don't use it for anything, these savings are, I believe, going to be impacted because I believe it costs you money to have a building sitting there empty. Now, having said that, we've got a school at Scripps Ranch that's sitting there sat there empty all year.
Right. But so then I got to come back to so if this estimate of these 7 schools, the 3.129, if that's based on the school sitting there empty, but now, Dr. Greer, you're saying, but there might be costs then at the school, then I think we got to adjust that number.
And I think Bill has done that. And he's adjusted the building sitting there empty in terms of we've got to pay some electricity bill, but he's got that factored at the very minimal rate. He doesn't have that factored with the lights being in there on all day. He doesn't have it factored in with the light being on there so that emergency exit lights are there, are on, and those kinds of things. That's been factored in here.
So just let's look at Adam for just a second. Right now you have the annual cost savings at $560,000. When we go to page 6, over the year, you're going to be spending $5.4 million to upgrade it.
But that they come from different.
I understand that. I'm just talking about the question that we were going to was that the savings, that $560,000 savings, is actually going to be there because we won't have the personnel.
Exactly.
The over personnel, because we will have some teachers that go to other sites with the students, but the overall personnel cost wouldn't be there. So that would be a savings of $560,000 that year in the 9-10 year.
Okay.
In the 10-11 year, it would be different because now it has reopened as a small high school, so it might not be any savings at all.
The savings that second year, and that was the point I was trying to make and apparently didn't do a very good job with. That savings that second year, once it's open, will be transportation savings. And it'll be based on the children that live in that area that choose to go there that won't be bused to other schools north of the 8. And the savings will help us. We will have fewer buses. And because we'll have fewer kids, you have 400 fewer students riding the bus north of the 8. You can do this in a lot of different ways, but you can look at 400 students based on 60 kids or 70 kids per bus, and you can divide that out, and then you can multiply that times about $72,000 a bus. It doesn't come out quite that clean. So that's a rough estimate, though. We won't know the exact savings until we know where the kids live and what schools they were choosing to go to.
Or if they'll choose to go there.
Right, Dr. Evans.
The problem is, you've made the statement, you're passionate about small schools.
Yep.
And so the parents of these 7 schools where they're sending their elementary kids in the neighborhood are going to see a contradiction there. That you're passionate about small schools, some of them, 300 some students. We're going to close them down, and then we're going to open a high school. And one of the problems is, I know we haven't gotten to that yet, but this board has not come to a consensus about the whole small high school issue. I think there are a lot of good ideas there, but you're saying basically we're going to put a principal with a limited number of students, and we're going to be replicating the whole thing again, just with high school students rather than elementary students. And maybe there's a reason to do that it is better for high school students than for elementary students. But we can't. We're trying to make all these decisions about closing a school based on an idea that we haven't even adopted.
We understand. We understand that. We also understand that, and as do you, we're facing huge budget cuts. And like all school districts, and we don't have to do things that every school district in the country does, but there's school districts all over our state and all over the country that are having to close schools that become so small with elementary students that they're no longer, efficient. If you look at what we're talking about here, a lot of these students, if you can just look at the neighborhood students there, you can see a lot of students are being bused into these schools. That's costing dollars. And we didn't, when we looked at the savings here, we didn't factor in, I don't think we factored in the actual cost of savings for these students not to be transferred there any longer. That's another potential savings that as we move through this, we did not factor into here. But you can look at all of these, and you can look at school by school by school, the number of children that are riding buses long ways to these schools. And part of the recommendation would be that some of these schools included in here would no longer be candidates for VEEPS students because of the having to close the school. The reason we're coming back and saying let's use them for small high schools is we didn't want the school to sit there empty in a community, number one. When you have a school sitting there not used, you immediately have to make it available for charter. Not anti-charter, but when students leave this school district, the state funding goes along with them. That exasperates our funding problems. Number three, we do know that our dropout rate's unacceptably high, and we do know when done right, high school has a tremendous impact on decreasing dropouts and increasing graduation rates. So while we haven't had those conversations, we're eager to.
And Mr. DeBeck, please.
Well, the only other thing is there's a part of that assumption that I think has some flaws. First of all, if you have so many kids not coming to that school and they're going to stay in their neighborhood, then you're assuming that the neighborhood has the capacity to hold those kids. That is, the reason why we did some of these moves about allowing VEEP or doing magnets or whatever we did was we have a disconnect between our facilities and the population, school population of certain parts of our city. And so it's been common. I mean, I got to say, in Point Loma over the 20 years I've been there, it's been kind of a battle trying to figure out, some folks are anti-busing for the wrong reasons, and others are thankful for busing for the right reasons because they get two benefits. One, they get another kind of kid in their neighborhood, so their kids get to be friends with them, and they also get their school filled up. Okay, well now for every school that you, maybe they're marginal, because these are not quite large enough. But now if you say, then okay, does the schools that they're residential schools of these kids that are bussed in here have the capacity to absorb them without going double sessions or multi-track year-round or some other kind of accommodation? You're just assuming that there's a room and there's a teacher available and that there's not going to be any impact on the schools that they would normally go to. I'm not sure that's true. So that plus the fact that the school's empty is another issue. I'm not going to vote against closing these schools, but I think that it is pretty much wrong to assume that it's just going to be a move of the kids back to where they came from, and that's not going to cost you any money. And the saving of an empty school is not a real saving, as I learned a long time ago with Dana. Because Dana was a major, major blow to that community and also a major, major expense to the school district.
Yeah, Mr. DeBeck, when we
brought up, can I just comment? One of the items he brought up is that sometimes people have busing for the right reasons and the wrong reasons. Over the last few weeks, I've been having my community cluster meetings, and it's very clear to them that if we cut anything, it should be our transportation budget. And the question then became, of course, and as I said to them, we don't have the capacity for those students if we do not provide transportation. Many of the people have lived in other cities and other areas where they did not provide transportation, and across this state, many districts, in fact, do not provide transportation. We're one of the few that do offer those choices to our parents. But just look at this for just a second. As I flip through this, we got $5.4 million to redo Adams. We got $2.2 million to redo Cadman. We got North Park at 1.2, Paradise Hills at 4.5, and then a couple others with no amount at all, because those funding come from a different pot of money, which is state facilities and Prop S money.
That's right.
The question then would become, if we stop funding busing right now to close these schools, you're saying we would save $3.1 million. If we stop funding busing, we already know it's going to save us about $20 million. And it seems like it would be easier, not easier necessarily, but it would be maybe better for the communities to keep their schools and enhance their facilities and provide local support for their schools. And decrease that transportation so that people can stay in their neighborhoods and go to school. I'm not opposed, because if you're looking at the other options that we have down here, like OSAL and our Balboa Park, our OSAL programs. So the questions that we have to wrestle with, and certainly we have our own reasons for doing certain things. If I was to say I would prefer to eliminate transportation for VEEP and Magnet, just have only dedicated magnets in our district, and then spend that $19 million back into investing in the staffing for kids in our community schools, use state facility money to upgrade those schools so that I could keep OSAL. I think those are conversations that the board members need to be having as well, because there is a community concern, and I can't speak for District D, but I can speak for District E, because I've held a meeting within the last month with each of those clusters, both the Crawford cluster, the Lincoln cluster, and the Morris cluster, and a resounding comment back from them. I asked them how we can start fixing this budget. All of them say, stop the busing. They're tired of their kids standing on the corner in the morning trying to catch a bus in the rain, in the cold. So then the question becomes, if this district does not want to stop busing or offer choice, then how do we minimize it for those parents that do? Because those are the parents right now that are having to deal with this. We heard one parent here talk about having to get her child up and how it affects the schools. Well, guess what? We have some, 20,000 of those kids that are standing out on the corners in the morning. So because what's up here, I mean, it's way back here on the last page where you eliminate magnet programs and transportation. There's nothing to say about eliminating VEEP, and it may be the point that we, outside of having to transport for program improvement, because that's a federal requirement, that we eliminate all other busing, and then let us be like other districts that require parents that want to take their kids to a different school find a way to get their students there. And if we say that we don't have the capacity in a certain district, then I'll come back to this document right here and say, wait a minute, why can't we use state school facilities funds and property management funds to enhance those schools? Superintendent.
Sure. 2 or 3 things. I think that long term, if that's what the board wanted to do, you certainly could move in that direction. Right now, you don't have the capacity. You got 2 problems. You don't have the capacity south of the 8 to do that now. If the board is wanting us to look at year-round multi-track schools to where you put 3 tracks in a school, as some school districts around the country have done, that's an option. I'm not sure you could get 20,000 more students in your schools if we tried that, but we could look at it and examine it and see as an option. Number 2, once you do that, you now have a different problem in that you've got other schools and other part of the district that, quite frankly, are not going to have enough students in them to support themselves. Let's just take Mission Bay, for example. It's a high school, I think, of about 1,500 students. There's probably around 300 students that come from that neighborhood.
300 from the neighborhood, yeah.
And so if you had all of those students going south of the 8, you would not keep Mission Bay open as a school. You would then you've got to transport or got to find a way for those kids to get to probably La Jolla, your next closest high school, and
let me get
Claremont maybe.
Let me get this straight. The 300 students at the residence school supersedes the 1,100 students that are bused in.
Not at all. Not.
But that's what I kind of just heard you say, because you got to transport those 300 out, but you rather transport 1,100 in.
But I got to have a place to put those 1,100 was the first point I made, and that may have been a decision when we looked at bond Prop S dollars that may have been considered at the time that I didn't hear much discussion about. But if you're going to keep 20,000 students that are living south of the 8, in addition to your Carlin question, which the courts could decide for you, you've got to have somewhere to put them. What this proposal does is it gives you an option in the short term to start moving you in that direction. That's the only point we were trying to make.
Very good.
Bill, I don't think we need to go through the rest of it. I think it's pretty self-explanatory for the board. We would just ask you that if you have questions for either Bill or myself to let us know. But again, these are savings in the first year. The savings in the second year, I think, depending on where the kids would live, I believe could be a little less than this.
So are we
can I ask the question?
any of these when?
On the second, is that our day for governance? So what I would like to be, hold on, it's a second, I come to you in a minute. So what I would like to clarify, Superintendent and board members, is that the item 60 through 85 that you would like to have some action taken on, we plan to take action on those on the 2nd of June. If there's any questions that any board members has about any of these items, that they get those to you no later than Thursday of this week. So that can make sure that any questions or any requests for information, they help to make a better decision. But when we meet on the 2nd of June, if there's something here that you want to pull from that you also notify us what you don't want to have on this list. But right now, we'll plan to vote on this list of items from 60 to 85. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am. And line number 83, just wanted to make sure, because there had been some discussion about this. This is increasing the minimal bus rider number from 8 to 12. And as you see, this means that 1,658 magnet students would no longer be transported to those schools, and 196 VEEP students would not be transported to those schools as a result of this action. As you can see, that saves $3.2 million. Now, we went ahead as a staff and looked at a ridership of 1 to 15. And we have taken a look at that. But again, you've asked us to look at consequences of those decisions. By going to the 1 to 15 number, there were so many magnet students and VEEP students that would be impacted that we decided as a staff to stop it at number 12.
Would the students have an option of, going to a different bus stop and picking up another bus?
That's what transportation is working hard to look at that right now. What they've told me is that they did not think so, but they're implementing a new transportation scheduling system. But a lot of this again depends on where individual kids live, and when you start putting a scattergram up, these kids are living all over, and they're choosing to go to different places. Now, again, the unintended consequence of this could be a lot of these students that we're talking about here are now coming from schools that are in school improvement. So when we say to this parent, you no longer can choose to go to this magnet school, it looks as if we're saving $3.2 million in funding. But that parent says, okay, I've got this game figured out. If I can't go to this magnet school, I'm going to choose to go to a VEEP school.
Same cost.
It's going to cost us the same amount of dollars. It's going to be paid for out of TIG dollars, just like VEEP funding is. And so by going to this, making this shift, on paper it looks like it's a $3.2 million in savings. Staff believes that by the time it all washes out, it probably won't even be a third of that, because parents will figure it out and choose to go to other schools. And we'll have to provide transportation.
Dr. Kamara, Dr. Evans.
Based on our conversation here, Dr. Greer, I don't see 3 votes for 7 small school closures, so I just want to use that to make a point. That takes $3,129,000 off the table and adds it back down here, right? So that means that at the bottom line, instead of being 100, where are we?
Yeah, it's just one subtraction less on the red line and the red column.
That means one line. It just puts another thing in. If we don't do that means that...
We as a staff, we recognize all that.
I'm not asking you to recognize it, because I think you recognized that about 6 months ago.
We got it as a staff. All these decisions here are board decisions. Right. As you've heard Mr. Stover say, and he's helped us pour over this, I've put more time in this budget this year than I have in any 10 budgets that I've ever worked on before. That's all we've been doing. We've worked this weekend. We continue to work at night. We can look at this any way the board wants to look at it. I'm telling you that I think you ought to be closing 14 to 17 small schools, not 7. That's what I believe.
Dr. Greer, I'm trying to help you here, not hurt you. Okay, and that is that every time we say no, okay, that ratchets on down. If we say that we don't want to eliminate the magnet school transportation because we want to save bus driver jobs, or because we're concerned about ADA, losses in ADA when students decide to go somewhere else, that increase from minimum bus rider of number 83, that's another $3 million that we, I'm just... when you're in a hole, you're supposed to stop digging, not add more dirt back in. So I'm concerned we're not really getting where we need to go here, folks.
Okay, I just wanted to say on the minimum bus rider issue, because I have brought it up before, and going from 8 to 12, we have the numbers here, 1,600 and 200. The issue we need to pay attention to, that's about 2,000 students are riding a bus across the city with 11 or less students on the bus currently. That's a really big problem. And so, to instantly change it is going to cause a lot of problems. But that's not a reason not to do anything. And so we could certainly look at consolidating routes, making people have to go further to catch the bus, but also to implement a system where we would be moving towards the standard of 15 students, which isn't very much, to a bus, so that we wouldn't be, when routes are designed, that would be, from this point forward, and new people are signing up for magnet schools and VEEP and everything else, that this doesn't happen again. Because what's happening is, to go from 8 to 12, has too many impacts, and people are going to schools are not going to be able to do it, and so then we won't do it, and then we're just left with the same problem. So that's why I keep asking the staff to look at it very creatively. Out of those 1,600s, could some of the bus stops be combined? Could there be a halt on people signing up when they're the only one from their zip code that wants to go 5 zip codes away, and that type of thing?
Exactly, and I agree and concur with everything you've just said. And until we know what kids decide to go where, it's a moving target. And what maybe be a good idea for you as a board is if you would like to come spend a half a day in our transportation department as a board member and sitting here and watching as they try to schedule this, as I have done, I would encourage and invite you to do that, because I promise you've not asked a single question I haven't asked, and that Phil Stover hasn't asked. And the hard answer to all of this is that the way we have over the years structured our choice and option programs for parents, you've got VEEP, then you've got magnets, and quite frankly, a lot of districts that I've been familiar and have worked in have not had a VEEP program, a magnet program, and a school improvement component, which makes trying to schedule all of those moving parts extremely, extremely difficult. But I understand, and we are
about going forward would be, for example, a parent wants to go to a magnet or enter through a VEEP program, and the answer might be such and such school is not available to you because there are only 3 students from your neighborhood who are asking for it, so you're going to have to choose another one.
Yeah, and the only difficulty in doing that is we don't know until a parent asks and they apply. Well, they don't just call and ask; they send in a form. And then once we schedule that form and we see that parent's asked to go up here, until we have scanned every single form in the district, we don't know. Then you may have to pull back and say, okay, let's look at all these. And we've got these 11 kids riding this bus. Let's contact all 11 of these parents and say, we're sorry, you can no longer ride this bus. This bus is eliminated. Now, from where you live, it's not like we have another bus that runs from where you live. Your second choice then would determine how many kids are on that bus route, and could you be added to that route? And so that's the hard piece in looking at having to make these kinds of schedules a moving schedule. You almost have to have a system where you go to a hub transportation where kids are picked up here, and the best way I know how to explain it to you, it's like a train station. You pick everybody up from around here, and you pick them up and drop them off here, and then from here the buses run and take kids out in a spoke system. And the last district I worked in, that's what we did. It took some money up front, it took a lot of time, and it was painful.
And you have to change your schedules a lot.
Oh, tremendous amount.
And you have to be willing to have staggered schedules.
Yes.
Okay, so just for clarification, we will change the board meeting on June 2nd from a governance to a budget meeting, an action budget meeting. If we have questions or need more information to help make our decisions, I ask that we get them to the staff by Thursday so we can get them back. And other than that, if there's anything else, we'll meet again for closed session at 2.
Okay,
yes.
But the big thing is, I'm trying to hear what you're saying in a way that makes it easy for me to respond. Mm-hmm. If I go to that meeting and I find out that I'm voting on all of them at once, I'm not going to be happy with that. So then do I have to, as a process, say I got questions on all of them? Or do I have to just make an assumption that now we're going to vote maybe quickly, but on each of these items?
On each of the items, because I think
okay, so we'll be voting on 60, 61, all the way down the
85,
line.
Yeah.
Yep, okay. But we're not voting on all of them at once, unless somebody makes a motion to do them all.
Exactly.
Between 60 and 67.
I could support all of them to 68.
The superintendent, the ones that we have, I mean, Dr. Evans said we voted on, but the ones that we have taken any kind of action on, please let us know and remove those from the list, please.
I don't, and the staff doesn't recall you voting on any of these between 60 and whatever, because had you done that, we would have had them above line 59. We can go back and double check. But
definitely the Gates seminar, we went through a whole thing about 23 to 25 on the seminar.
Okay.
Chuck, just a quick second.
Please review and check and just...
We're finished
You all
with 59.
did vote at the second interim as part of your anticipated balanced
But
budget.
this is for the final.
Was on those ones.
So
from
do you
60
want us to go ahead
67.
and vote the ones that you put on your second interim? Do you want us to move those up above the line? Is that what you're saying?
If we already voted on it.
As part of, you voted on it as part of your second interim report.
No, I think we want to vote on it again.
No, that's the same as saying layoffs count.
Right. Okay.
So last thing, President Jackson.
Yes, sir.
One of the other conversations that you've discussed, but you've never come to any kind of conclusion around that we need to have your guidance on right now is whether we continue the practice in the district of allowing foundations to fund positions.
No. Okay.
And we have to have answers to that, because as we work on workbooks, we have to know, and that's where we kind of are right now. We have a number of foundations that are going out and saying we'll just hire a teacher here, we'll hire a counselor there. That has been a practice that's gone on in the past, and we just need to know the board's direction.
Okay. So the question becomes to the board. I think that I know you want action on that right now, but we haven't agendized that for action right now. But certainly, I think that that needs to come forward as an action item, and people can have conversations about it.
But the real issue is this. If we want to deal with it, we could say, it's not that the foundation wants to hire them, it's who is the employer.
Exactly. And the employee should be the foundation, not the district.
If it's the foundation is hiring somebody for us, and then that person gets all the rights that a regular employee gets, including, tenure and all the other things, that's not necessarily a good idea. If the employer is a foundation, then the employer should be the foundation. If they want to pay equivalent pay, let them be it.
If I were a lawyer in this school district and I were to say that were the case, I would say that person is a de facto employee of the school district, whether or not the foundation is picking up the tab. Am I correct?
Yeah, there's what I consider significant legal issues to a third party employing something, both in liability, the Ed Code provisions that designates the board as the employer, and also issues related to transfer of bargaining unit work. If they're doing work that is part of the scope of bargaining unit work, then that's contracting out.
Otherwise, I'd do that all day long. We could.
Okay. Well, I put that on for an item that we superintendent.
You could go another way and say soft money doesn't get.
Anyway, we close sessions at 2. Thank you.
Okay. Well, so much for that.